Check, check.
Can you hear me now? Technical difficulties, please stand by. Actually, we're good to go. We are good to go. Making sure our live stream is set to go as well on the Agassiz Speedway YouTube channel. Nice to see so many of you here for a 3 o'clock start on this Saturday. First of 2 sessions for us here at Agassiz Speedway this afternoon and this evening. First up, it'll be Hornets and Midgets from about 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock. And then from 7 to 9 later on tonight, we'll bring in the street stocks and the mini stocks. So glad you could join us on a pretty darn nice afternoon. Not too hot, not too cold. Daryl, huh? Not too bad, huh? For racing action here this afternoon at the Agassiz Speedway. Hornets lining up for qualifying right now, and they'll be followed by the Midgets, and we'll be getting into the heat races and the main events later on. And again, we say hi to everyone that might be tuning in already, dedicated, loyal Agassiz Speedway fans, or maybe crew members or drivers from other classes that aren't competing this afternoon. Wherever and however you are tuning in, we welcome you. Hard to believe on this August the 8th, and it's the 3rd race of the season, and it has had nothing to do with bad weather, while at the same time, the NHL playoffs are going on. Huh? Is this the bizarro world or what? Huh? Hey, by the way, fans, how about those Canucks? Huh? How about that? Last night, knocking off Minnesota 3-1. They are moving on to the official start of the playoffs. Next week, they'll be playing against either Dallas or the defending Cup champions St. Louis Blues, depending on who wins their game tomorrow. We're happy here. They're not very happy in Edmonton, though, I will tell you that. Playing in their home building against a very undermanned Chicago team. It was the Blackhawks that knocked them off. Calgary eliminated Winnipeg. And Montreal Canadiens, another shocker, knocking off Sidney Crosby and the Pittsburgh Penguins. And Toronto stayed alive last night with an unbelievable comeback and overtime win against Columbus. So we said it's been a crazy year, 2020, a crazy spring and summer, but we are just glad to be back at our home away from home at the racetrack. Familiar faces in the pit area, in the grandstands. So glad you could join us. Again, qualifying coming up in a matter of moments. Hornets first, and then the mighty Midgets. Hornet track record, if you're scoring at home with us, set way back in 2010. That's like 10 years ago. Murray Jones at a 16.170. The first car to qualify this afternoon, just his 2nd race ever after a long career as a pit crew member for the legendary Pete Harding. This is Dennis Christoph. Dennis Christoph out of North Delta in the 03 car. Brought to you by, of course, Harding Forklift and Harding Motorsports Supply. (17.661) first lap for Dennis. 17.661. If you're here in the grandstands, you can see the lap times on the scoreboard in the infield. See what he can do on his second lap. It will be a little slower at a 17.672. Dennis Christoph, one of the many rookie drivers. And up next, starting her second year, she was third in rookie points last season. It's Chrissy Morgan. Chrissy Morgan in the 22 car. Also out of North Delta. Also brought to you by Harding Forklift, Harding Motorsports Supply, Les Hine Excavating, Rose Pedal Wax Bar, Sean Edwards Racing, No Guts, No Glory Motorsports, No Limit Racing. Chrissy Morgan, they call her Puddles 18.089, first lap for the second year driver. How's the volume level out there, okay? Hopefully the same for you tuning in at home. Second lap for Chrissy is an 18.187. Up next, hey, that's a good looking race car. I like the yellow, black, and white trim. A little bit of red there if you look, but you've got to look very closely. For the 13 car, out of Surrey, it's Nigel Raymond. Nigel Raymond in car number 13. Nigel Raymond stops the clock at a 17.496. And that'll be fastest so far. Brought to you by Castrol Motor Oil, Firestone Tires. 17.4. Can he go faster on the second lap? Not quite. 17.513, but he's still fastest thus far. On the track now, on his warm-up lap. He's from Chilliwack, but he does most of his racing on the dirt up at Merritt. With us, Aaron Wyatt. Aaron Wyatt, car number 47. Taking the green flag from Daryl Porreco, Agassiz Speedway Vice President and flagman this year. After Brian Devers decided to not retire 100%, but semi-retire. First lap for Aaron is a 17.448 first lap. He's got Devin Peters helping on the crew here today. 17.448 second lap, better at a 17.395. And that'll be fast time so far for Aaron Wyatt, 17.395. On the track now is the number 15 car, the second year driver out of Surrey, Jaden Rule. That doesn't sound quite right. Jaden Rule, second in our rookie year for the 18-year-old. We got a rifle range just down the street from us here, but that's not gunshots. First lap for Jaden, 19.597. She's got some momentum going, so I'm going to predict right now, I'm going out on a limb, that this second lap's going to be better. Crazy backfires happening there. This could be like a couple of seconds better. It's going to be 17 something, no, 18.155. Second lap. 18.155. Well, there's not many rear-wheel drive Hornets. There's not many BMW Hornets, but this is one of them. This is the championship car from last year, but it doesn't have the championship driver. Bart Wardell off. I think he's on a houseboat on the Shuswap today, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, filling in for Bart Wardell. This is his first official race. Mike Peters in the 44 car. 17.219, and he jumps right to the top of the charts. 17.219. Prime Collision, Simons Automotive, the sponsors. And the second lap, better. 17.074. You know, I know it helps when you're in the championship car from last year, but it's still his first race, and that's pretty darn good so far. Up next, another guy in his second year, got a main event win in his first year here last year. It's the Maniac, Glenn Richards. Glenn Richards, car number 89. North Shore Off-Road sponsorship on the 89 car. The Maniac from the old P&E days. Can he take fast time from Peters? Not on the first lap, 17.796, 17.796. As he opens it up down the back straightaway on a Saturday afternoon here at Agassiz. The second lap for Richards will be a little better at actually a little slower, 17.809. Speaking of good-looking cars, the lime green number 58 machine out of Chilliwack, another second-year driver, Dustin Hamill. Dustin Hamill in the number 58. Main event winner here a couple of weeks ago for his first victory. Ken's Tire and Wheel, Master Painting and Renovations, Kinetic Signs, 89.5 The Drive, Troico, Window and Door, sponsors. The first lap's a dandy at a 17.063, and that'll be quick time, 17.063. Fastest so far. Can he get, the question now, folks, can he get into the 16s? Can he be the first one in the 16s today? Not quite. 17.149. First lap better, 17.063. He is fastest so far. And up next, it's his son. Dustin Hamill in the 58. This is Holden Hamill, also out of Chilliwack in the 17 car. He's the youngest driver here today, just 14 years old. Holden Hamill, again, same sponsorship, Ken's Tire and Wheel, Master Painting, Kinetic Signs, 89.5 The Drive, Classic Hits in Chilliwack. Boston, the cars, ZZ Top, you know, BTO, it's all there. Troico, Window and Door, just his second race ever. First lap is an 18.397. 18.397. Has the 10th car to qualify this afternoon. A little slower, second lap, 18.495. Well, it's not Marco Rizzo, but it's Marco's car from the last couple of years. It's his brother that used to race the 81. They do this just to confuse announcers and lap checkers, which is not hard to do sometimes. Anyway, Marco's moved up into the street stocks this year. So Dario will drive the 00. Dario Rizzo in the 00. Goodwin's Greenhouses, Absuri Tire, Arkwright Industries, Able Construction, Super Self Storage, Tron Fabrication, Hymac Industries, Heads Unlimited, BD Diesel, Mr. Home Inspector. First lap for Dario is 17.432. That is fourth fastest. In the second lap, a little slower to 17.591. Dario Rizzo. Up next, the familiar number 11, but it's a new car for him. First night out of Burnaby, Angelo Galli. Angelo Galli had a great year last year, third in the point standings. Now let's see how he does in his new machine. North Shore Off-Road, A1 Unity Collision, Quickie Art, Being Around the World, AJ Transmission, and of course our good friends at Lordco Auto Parts. Angelo Galli. How about that? First one into the 16s and fast time so far to 16.931. I think the new car is working out just fine so far, folks. Angelo Galli, can he go faster on the second lap? Almost. It's still in the 16s at a 16.985. First lap quicker, 16.931. Fastest so far, only one in the 16s to this point. The powder blue silver 25 car comes to us from beautiful Squamish, British Columbia, Canada. Taking the green flag, he's 16 years old now. Hard to believe he's 16, already in his third year. Finn Dahlman. So we got Huckleberry Finn Dahlman and Tom Sawyer Lind in the midgets later on. You like apples? How about them apples? Fourth quick for the 16-year-old at a 17.196. He races this car on the dirt at Pemberton Speedway, where they've had only one race this year, and here on the pavement at Agassiz. Finn Dahlman out of Squamish. Second lap will be 17.207, but his first lap, 17.196, is fourth quick. Finn is brought to you by Carson Automotive, OK Tire in Squamish, and Haymack Auto Sales. Looks like that should do it for Hornet qualifying. Angelo Galli, congratulations. Let's hear it for Angelo, folks. 16.931. Dustin Hamill, second quick at a 17.063. Mike Peters, third at a 17.074. Finn Dahlman, 17.196 is fourth in the qualifying order out of 13 Hornets this afternoon as we get ready for the West Coast Focus Midgets. In this, our first of two racing sessions here today. 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock for the Hornets and the Midgets. Later on tonight, it'll be street stocks and mini stocks with qualifying at 7 and racing at 7:30. Again, as we said earlier, great to see so many of you here at the track, in the stands with us. How you guys doing out there, all right? Huh? Dedicated, diehard Agassiz Speedway fans. Good to have you here. Unfortunately, we can only have 50 of you in the stands. Hopefully, those numbers will go up through the next couple of months, and we'll get a few more people in here. But again, if you're not one of the 50 able to be here, we say hi to you again, watching our first race. We were on Facebook, but we are now on the YouTube channel, right, James? James, he is my master technician up here in the tower, along with Karen doing all the scorekeeping. I don't know what I'd do without them, but James has got all the monitors and wiring and cameras and technology to make it happen. So thank you, James. And again, we say hi to all of you tuning in on the Agassiz Speedway YouTube channel.
Is there a comment section, James? There's a chat room or comment section? What do you call it?
It is a chat, live chat.
And there is a live chat there on the YouTube channel, so of course, I mean, it's just kind of commonplace now in this world we're living in with all the live streaming. So, you know, that had already started before this year, but of course so many tracks that can't have any fans. let alone limited number. So there's just tons of it going on. And usually there is a live chat, message board, etc. So you can chime in and let us know where you are watching from. We know we've got people tuning in all over British Columbia, down in Washington State. I think we might even have one or two down in Oregon as well. So as we say hello to all of you watching on another busy racing weekend. As we say, depending where you are geographically, some tracks unfortunately aren't racing at all. Some tracks are racing with no fans, some with a limited number of fans, like we are. And then other places, more so Midwest, back east in the U.S., it's kind of business as usual. The West Coast, probably out of all of North America, is where the least amount of racing is happening. Very, very quiet these days. California, Oregon, Washington, and British Columbia. But it is a busy weekend all around North America. NASCAR, the Cup Series at Michigan. They're running a doubleheader today and tomorrow. The trucks ran last night. Xfinity, they're on the road course at Road America, Wisconsin today. Indy cars, they're at the Mid-Ohio road course. Again, another doubleheader today and tomorrow as they get ready for, again, this tells you how bizarre things are in the world. As they get ready for the Indianapolis 500. Well, what do you mean, Fred? It's August. The Indy 500's in May, not this year. It is in 2 weeks, August 23rd, and originally they were going to let them have 25% capacity in the grandstands, which would still have allowed 50,000 people to be there. But folks, as you know, things change weekly and daily in the world these days. Hard to keep up with it all. So now they're saying they're not allowed to have any fans at Indianapolis this year, but they're still going to have the race anyway in a couple of weeks. World of Outlaw Sprint Cars at Peevely, Missouri last night and tonight, along with the Power On Midgets. And Knoxville, Iowa is the place to be if you're a dirt sprint car fan the next week or so. 360 Nationals this weekend. And it's not the Knoxville Nationals next week, but it's still going to be a big event, $50,000 for the World of Outlaws next week. But 360 Nationals, they raced Thursday and Friday, and they'll wrap it up tonight. A lot of representation from the West Coast, Washington, Oregon, California drivers. A couple of Canadians as well from Ontario. Dylan Westbrook from Southern Ontario. The Agassiz Speedway, he's locked into the feature tonight. The young lady, Alex Hill from Six Nations, Ontario. Great run last night. Won the B main, transferred to the A. Colton Heath, Trey Starks, J.J. Hickle, Roger Crockett. I believe they're all in the B main tonight. The West Coast Focus Midgets are up next. If you're scoring with us, the track record, Greg Turan back in 2017 in a 1-2-8-9-7. First up will be the number 9 car. Former Agassiz champion out of Abbotsford, Sawyer Lind. Sawyer Lind. In car number 9, the Berkwood Signs and Printers Harding Forklift Triple X entry for the 23-year-old. Former Agassiz champ's been racing the last couple of years on the dirt with the Northwest Focus Midgets, where he is a former Rookie of the Year. First lap is a 14.021. 1.4021. Sawyer Lind. Can he get into the 13s? Not quite. 14.279. Now here he is, the two-time defending Agassiz champion and a former Washington Midget champ as well. Out of Abbotsford, worldwide, Troy Globe. Troy Globe. Car number 11, what a year last year, won 8 out of the 9 races, including the Fred Randard Sr. Open Wheel Classic, and he won here in June as well. Troy Globe, let's watch. He is hauling the mail around the Agassiz Speedway. Look! Get him go! First lap, 13.101, 13.101. That's just 3/10 off the track record. Can he get into the 12s on the second lap? Oh, so close. At a 13.030. He was hoping for just a little bit more cloud cover. It can make that big a difference, folks. If the sun comes out a little bit, it can cost you a tenth or 2/10 of a second. So just 2/10 off the track record. Troy Globe at a 13.030. We mentioned Sawyer Lind racing on the dirt the last couple of years. This guy has spent most of his career on the dirt. Out of Abbotsford, it's Aaron Fell. Aaron Fell. Aaron Fell, second year here in the Midgets for the three-time Deming Speedway 1200 champ and a former Clay Cup champion. Getting better every time we see him here on the pavement. 13.522. First lap for Aaron in the Tron Fabrication Beast. Thanks to Bill Planko Motorsports as well. So a 13.5, second lap a little slower to 13.641. On the track now, it'll be the good-looking number 7 car. Third in points last year for the veteran out of Surrey, rockin' Ronnie Jones. Ron Jones in the Grizzly Supplies, Goodwood's Greenhouses, Harding Forklift, Lordco Auto Parts Beast. He's raced sprint cars, midgets, he's raced dirt and pavement. Taking the green flag from Darrell right now. Ron Jones, 7 car, West Coast Focus Midgets on a Saturday afternoon. First lap for Ron will be third quick at a 13.684, 13.684. Can he go faster on the second lap? Not quite, at a 13.850. Up next, it will be, in that gorgeous looking 03 machine, the rookie driver from Chilliwack, Brady Rogers. Brady Rogers, the 03. One of the many graduates of the Langley Quarter Midget Association. The Kinetic Sides, OK Tire, Pit Meadows, Instaglass, Stealth, All Truck Services, S&M Diesel, Custom Blacktop, Alpine Painting. Also, big thanks to Brian's Auto Glass and Dams Ford, formerly Dams Lincoln Mercury, if you're scoring with us. Rob, you remember that, huh? Those TV ads? First lap, 13.793. 13.793. Second lap better at a 13.646. Brady Rogers out of Chilliwack. Now it's not Tom Brady and it's not Aaron Rodgers for you NFL fans. Aaron Rodgers and Danica Patrick, by the way, no longer together. I know that's kind of old news. You guys knew that though, right? Danica's back on the market. He raced once last year after coming out of a 20-year retirement. He used to race hobby stocks here back in the 80s and the 90s. 64 years young. Welcome back, Al Stanley. Al Stanley from right here in town. 13.761, 13.761. The Al's Auto Repair, Armstrong, Sand and Gravel. Devin Signs, Beast. 13.761, second lap better at a 13.590, which is third fastest. So we go from the 64-year-old to the 66-year-old. Second year driver out of Delta, Quick Rick McKinney. Rick McKinney. Second year behind the wheel, the McKinney Peary Racing Beast. Thanks to Dave Peary, Jeremiah and Franklin, Levi, Klatt, and Ray Jones. I think Dolly Klatt helped out a little bit on the car as well. Dolly's not here today, but she's probably watching. Jeremiah's not here either. Levi is holding down the fort. First lap is a 14.592, 14.592. This should be the final lap of qualifying here this afternoon. And it is a better lap for Quick Rick at a 14.525. No other cars in the staging area. So that'll do it, folks. Surprise, surprise, surprise. Troy Globe, fast time. How about a hand for Troy Globe, folks? Your two-time defending track champ, and as we said, former Washington Midget champ as well, one of only 2 Canadians to be able to make that claim. Troy Globe, 13.030. Aaron Fell, I told you he gets better every race. Second quick at a 13.522. Al Stanley, nice job, Al. Third quick at a 13.590. Rookie Brady Rogers, fourth at a 13.646. Ron Jones, 13.684. Sawyer Lynn, 14.021. And Rick McKinney, 14.525. As a hush falls over the East Fraser Valley. Shh. Silence. Beautiful spot though here, isn't it? Just gorgeous. If you are watching on the YouTube channel, if you've never been here before, we're about an hour and a half east of Vancouver, BC. And a stone's throw from the resort community of Harrison Hot Springs. And only about, 30, 40 minutes from the BC-Washington border at the Abbotsford-Sumas crossing. As we take a look at the chat room, again, we say hi to everybody. We know we've got Sean Holbert watching down in Everett, Washington. Sean in the Dirt Racing podcast that got us on the Racing Boys Broadcasting Network. Four Dads Memorial Race last year. Got Brandon watching from up in Logan Lake, and he is cheering for Aaron Wyatt in the 47 car. He says go 47. Brandon's up in Logan Lake, just not too far from Merritt. Terry Willison, part of that great racing family, and I'm sure Dave is alongside. Not sure about Aaron though, he's got a lot going on these days. Yeah, it looks like that's Elliot Klug tuned in. Van City Racing. Elliot filling in for me a couple of weeks ago when I couldn't be here. Thanks for that. Getting his dwarf car ready for Penticton next weekend. We understand. The dwarf cars will be up in Penticton. Dwarf cars and street stocks for a 2-day show up there next week. They're expecting a good field of cars. A lot of racing at Penticton this year. Out of all the tracks in BC, they've been racing the most. They had the Gordy Manis Memorial Weekend last week. And a number of our Agassiz cars were up there, led by Cale Woodsky and Derek Lewis. Cale had a nice second place run after a win there earlier this year. Anyway, folks, we are going to shut things down for the next 5 to 10 minutes. They're going to have a driver's meeting. And then we will be back with racing action, heat races for the Hornets and the Midgets coming up in about 10 minutes. And then, of course, the main event. And then later on tonight, again, we will stream it all live on the Agassiz Speedway YouTube channel, qualifying at 7 o'clock, racing at 7:30, street stocks and mini stocks. So glad you could join us here in person or live online. You're watching Racing Action live from Agassiz Speedway in Agassiz, BC. All right, Hornets are going to be kicking things off in a few moments for their heat races. Drivers meeting complete as we get set to go racing here this afternoon. Rob Lewis, how you doing, Rob? Good to see you. You got the premises looking sharp and tidy and neat as usual. Rob, you remember Rob, huh? There you go. Rob meets Rob right there. Our jack of all trades here at Agassiz Speedway, as we said, keeps the place looking spotless and the grass all cut and everything all painted up neat and tidy, and just a good looking place here, as we said, in the east part of the Fraser Valley. So heat races coming up. We'll have 2 for the Hornets, 1 for the Midgets, 10 laps each before our main events. Of course, sponsorship is a big part of sports and motorsports. You hear and see the names on the cars that we talk about through the course of the night, and the traveling series that come to town, and of course our great Agassiz Speedway sponsors. You can see a lot of their signs on the front straightaway. We got some new ones on the back straightaway as well. We couldn't do it without them, and they include 89.5 The Drive classic hits in Chilliwack. Under normal circumstances, Patrick would be here with the summer cruiser. We'll have him back soon. Merton GM, Chevrolet, Buick, Cadillac, GMC trucks, sales, parts, or service. 45930 Airport Road in Chilliwack. Harry Merton and Company. Merton GM. Rob, you remember him from the Dick Irwin days, don't you? The Harrison Agassiz Chamber of Commerce. We thank them. Our new towing service here at Agassiz Speedway. Aggressive Towing and Jack's Towing of Abbotsford. We thank them. Gardner GM in Hope. Brian Globe and Troy Globe at Brian's Auto Glass in Abbotsford. Thanks, guys. You can see their big new sign on the back straightaway. Finish line traffic markings. Scott, Connie, Joey, Silas, thank you for your support. We thank the Agassiz Agricultural Association and the Agassiz Elementary Secondary School for their support as well. RockAuto.com. Bolt-On Speed Parts in Chilliwack. Derek Lewis and Rob Krickemeyer, they'll be here tonight in action in the street stocks. You can see their sign right up on the backstretch beside the Brian's Auto Glass sign. Bolt-On Speed Parts, we thank them. Jiffy Lube, they have 2 locations to serve you in Chilliwack. Instaglass, 2 locations as well. 1 in Chilliwack, 1 in Abbotsford. Everclear Metal Recycling, their sign on the middle part of the backstretch. They're located in beautiful Mission, BC. Burden Propane, longtime sponsors here. They've got locations all over the place, right here in Agassiz, up in Hope, and over in Abbotsford and Chilliwack as well. Agassiz Ready Mix, again, another longtime sponsor. Armstrong Sand and Gravel, been with us for many years. Timbro Contracting here in Agassiz. And we always do a lot of work here in the off-season, improving things around the racetrack. This year we've got bigger spectator parking areas. We say we've got new signs on the backstretch. And we had to do a little bit of paving work around the track during the off-season. And a couple of great companies, thanks to Rick and Brady Rogers, Mainland Construction Materials in Langley and Winvan Paving in New Westminster. Rick, Brady, thanks for making that happen. And folks, this is how great our sponsors are. If we'd had to pay for that, they donated all the supplies and all the manpower. If we'd had to, it was about $25,000 worth of work, and they did it for free. So how about a hand for them, huh? Mainland Construction Materials, Langley, Winvan Paving, New Westminster, and thanks to Rick and Brady Rogers for making the connection between those companies and Agassiz Speedway. All the other great sponsors, as we said, that you see around the track, in the souvenir program, on the website, on the race cars, we thank them all for their continued support. Of course, for the latest news and information, you can go to AgassizSpeedway.com and check the Facebook page as well. Pages, you got the Agassiz Speedway Facebook page, and then you got Leslie McKellar's Agassiz Fan Facebook page. And you know what? I got a feeling Leslie, she hasn't chimed in on the chat room yet, but I got somehow a sneaking suspicion that Leslie and Bob might be tuning in from the beautiful Okanagan this afternoon and later on this evening. Relocating from Cloverdale to the Okanagan like quite a few people do these days. Hello to you. So again, you can see the Hornets lining up for the first of two heat races, 10 laps in duration. And as mentioned, later on tonight, 7 o'clock till about 9 o'clock, street stocks and mini stocks. Got to do it that way because just like here in the grandstands, we're limited to 50 people in the pit area as well. So about 40 cars between two classes, 20 cars, I should say, a driver and a crew member for each car. There's 40 plus our officials. All right, folks, here they come, our first competitive event of the afternoon. Up front, it'll be the number 17 car, the 14-year-old rookie from Chilliwack, Holden Hamill. Car number 15, the 18-year-old out of Surrey, second year, that's Jaden Rule. The 89, also in his second year. Out of Vancouver, the Maniac, Glenn Richards. In the 22, Chrissy Morgan from North Delta. The 03, Dennis Christoph. And the 13 of Nigel Raymond. And we are green for our first race of the day. Jaden Rule on the inside. Glenn Richards, top side. As we complete lap number 1. Again, you can see the leaderboard and the laps countdown on the scoreboard. Two laps in the books as the Maniac, Glenn Richards, takes the lead. We said earlier, got his first ever win in his first year here last year. Nigel Raymond has moved all the way up into the second spot in that 13 car. And on the move is the 03 of Christoph. We've got a couple of rookies and a couple of second-year drivers out there in this one as we complete lap number 4, which means if my math is correct, we're almost halfway there. In the meantime and in between time, as Ed Whalen used to say on Stampede Wrestling, we got a battle for the lead. 89, Glenn Richards. 13, Nigel Raymond. As we hit the halfway point in this one, Christoph running third in the 03. Richards, 89 inside. Raymond in that bright yellow and black 13 car on the top side of the racetrack. A little tougher to manhandle the car on the outside groove, but he's doing a good job of it. As they battle for the lead, the 03 Christoph is gaining ground. We got a 3-car battle up front. Somebody, anybody, toss a blanket over the leaders as they work their way through 1 and 2. And down the backstretch, it's still Richards, still Raymond, still Christoph. With 2 laps to go, it's drive it like you stole it time for those 3 guys up front. Oh, baby, what a race. Here they come, and here comes the white flag. Off of turn number 4. White flag, 1 lap to go. Richards, Raymond. As Kristoff has dropped off the pace a little bit as they exit turn number 2. Richards and Raymond into 3 and off of 4. It's going to be a drag race to the finish. Give it to the Maniac, Glenn Richards. But not by much over Raymond, Kristoff, Rule, Hamill, and Chrissy Morgan. Well, he led it most of the way in the number 89 car, the second-year driver, brought to you by North Shore Off-Road. From Vancouver, your winner, the Maniac, Glenn Richards. Let him hear you, folks, if you are here in attendance. If you're at home watching, or maybe, I don't know, at the beach, out on the porch, just to, I don't know, clink your ice cubes in your glass together for Glenn Richards picking up the victory. Glenn Richards, Angelo Galli, Al Sylvester, Travis and Glenn George, people that we have known for a long time, all the way back to the PNE Demolition Derby and mini stock racing days. Great to be reunited out here at Agassiz. What do you think, folks? You ready for another one? Here they come, led by the 00. Out of Chilliwack, that'll be Dario Rizzo. The 47 car from Chilliwack, Aaron Wyatt. Car number 25, the 16-year-old from beautiful Squamish, it's Huckleberry Finn Dahlman. Finn Dahlman, the 25. The 44, again, the championship-winning car from last year with Bart Wardell behind the wheel. He couldn't make it here tonight. So it's Mike Peters out of Surrey in the 44. The lime green 58, your winner here a couple of weeks ago. His first ever win in his second year from Chilliwack, Dustin Hamill. Dustin Hamill in the 58. The 88, the familiar 88, second quick tonight, second in points last year with 2 wins. Al Sylvester out of Surrey, and Angelo Galli in the 11 from Burnaby, your fast qualifier. Heat race number 2. Not bumblebees, not stingers. Here at Agassiz, they are Hornets. As we complete lap number 1, Rizzo and Wyatt side by side with Dahlman lurking. A couple of young guys from Chilliwack leading the way with Squamish and Burnaby in hot pursuit as Wyatt takes over the number 1 spot in the 47 car. Dahlman underneath Rizzo. He'll go into second. And that bright red number 11, you can't really see much of the numbers. He's only got the numbers on the roof today because he just got the car together late last night. Angelo Galli trying to work his way into the top 3. Three wide for third place down the front straightaway. Swapping a little paint. We'll be halfway this time by as they chase the 47 car. Aaron Wyatt, little bumper tag going on for second between the 25 of Dahlman and the 88 of Sylvester. As your top 4 break away from the other 3 just a little bit with now 4 laps to go. 6 complete, 4 to go. Second and final heat race for the Hornets on a Saturday afternoon here at Agassiz. Down the backstretch, lead change, 88, Sylvester, your new leader. He was your second fastest qualifier after having motor problems this afternoon, hot lapping. But he has got it hooked up and hauling the mail now. 88, the Cat, Al Sylvester, with 2 laps to go. 47, Wyatt still running second. 25, the 16-year-old Dahlman still third. Rizzo and Galli. And Sylvester looks at a white flag. 1 lap to go. 7-8 car lengths the advantage. He's got it on cruise control as he exits to, heads down the backstretch for the final time. As cool as Gretzky on a breakaway, Al Sylvester wins it. Wyatt second, Dahlman third, Rizzo fourth, Galley, Hamill, and Peters. Well, as we said, folks, he had engine problems this afternoon. Was working feverishly, I say, on the car when I last talked to him. Barely got out there in time to qualify. Qualifies second quick, comes from the back to the front to win his heat race. He's brought to you by Delaney's OK Tire in Langley, Empire Auto Parts, Action Tire, Rackham and Stackham Garage, Lordco Auto Parts, Jaden Transport, Film Unit Greens, Chris's Tires and Langley's, Jerry Calbrigo. Out of Surrey, give it up for the Cat, Al Sylvester. Former Rookie of the Year, and as we said, second in points last year with a couple of wins. Obviously had himself a good season. So the West Coast Focus Midgets will be coming up next for their heat race, another 10-lap extravaganza. Brandon in Logan Lake was pretty happy with the performance of Aaron Wyatt in the 47 car in that last race. Oh my goodness, are you kidding me? Aaron Fell's dad, Ron Fell, tuning in from Puerto Morales, Mexico. How about that? There's the Long Toe Award so far tonight. Ron Fell, how you doing, buddy? Have a pina colada or something for me, Ron. As we get ready for the West Coast Focus Midgets. Hi, Lori. Lori Gordon, tuning in. Husband, Al, just won his race. She'll be watching son Dylan later. Why aren't you here, Lori? That's the question. All right, folks. 10 laps for the West Coast Focus Midgets. Here we go. The 37 car out of Delta. The second-year driver, Quick Rick McKinney. McKinney in the 37. The 9S, officially former Agassiz champion. Out of Abbotsford, Tom Sawyer Lind. Sawyer Lind in the 9S. In the 03, the rookie driver from Chilliwack. Good-looking race car. That is Brady Rogers. Car number 7, third in points last year out of Surrey, Rockin' Ronnie Jones. The 38, out of Agassiz. So he said coming out of a 20-year retirement last year for Al Stanley. Al Stanley, the 38, 64 years young. Car number 15, second-year driver, three-time Deming Speedway 1200 champ and a former Clay Cup champ out of Abbotsford, Aaron Fell. And car number 11, fast time for the two-time defending Agassiz champ out of Abbotsford, Troy Globe. Here we go. 3 wide right off the bat down in the front straightaway. Ronnie Jones smoking the brakes. And that allows Tom Sawyer Lind to jump out front to the early lead. 1 lap in the books. Don't blink. Why? Because you might miss it. Again, 3 wide down the backstretch. Be careful, guys. We still got a main event later on. Sawyer Lind, the 9S. Ron Jones, the 7. Don't look now, but Troy Globe from the back all the way up to third as he dirt tracks his way through 3 and 4, completing lap number 3. 3 complete, 7 to go. Good race for fourth as the top 3 break away from the pack. Globe underneath Jones into second, and now underneath Sawyerland. New leader, Troy Globe, car number 11, as Aaron Fell unfortunately comes to a stop here on the front straightaway for our first caution flag of the afternoon. Hopefully it's nothing serious on the 15. With his dad watching online from Mexico. Well, that's good. Aaron Fell, he's got it restarted. Again, Aaron Fell, as we've talked about, folks, has spent most of his racing career on the dirt. Deming Speedway, where, as we said, he's a former Clay Cup champ and a 3-time season champ. But he's also raced 360 and 410 full-size sprint cars, Skagit Speedway, Grays Harbor Raceway. Just his second season here in the pavement midget at Agassiz. So he's back going again. He'll join the field at the back. So it'll be a single file restart. 3 laps complete, 7 to go. Troy Globe, he is the engine pulling the train around the Agassiz Speedway. He hits the go pedal and we're back green. Troy Globe virtually unbeatable here the last couple of years. So he said he won 8 out of 9 last year, including Dad's Memorial Race, sweeping both nights. And he won here back in June. Fast time today and opening up his lead in the heat race as we hit the halfway point. 5 down and 5 to go. The race right now is for second between Ron Jones in the 7 and Sawyerland in the 9S. Give the advantage to Jones over Lind. Stanley now in 4th. Aaron Fell back up to 5th. But Troy Globe, he's in his own area code. Spin over in turn 2. Again, we'll go yellow. Oh, no! Oh, no! Al Stanley upside down, red flag. Let's hope he's okay. Well, at first it was the yellow flag for Brady Rogers spinning in turn 2. And then as the yellow lights flashed, cars got together here on the front straightaway, and it was the 64-year-old second-year driver, Al Stanley. Upside down, didn't flip entirely, but got up onto the top of the car and then back onto the side, sliding down the racetrack. Safety crew on the scene, checking on his condition. As we say, he came out of a 20-year retirement last year. He only raced once last year after racing hobby stocks here at Agassiz back in the 80s and the 90s. He's climbing out of the race car, folks. Give him a hand. After a wild ride down the front straightaway. And, you know, sometimes, no matter what the class of car, what track you're at, sometimes when a yellow light flashes immediately or a red light flashes immediately, all it takes is one driver to just let up a little bit or hit the brakes, and then you got the old chain reaction. And it kind of looked like what might have happened there in that situation. It could have been a lot worse, though, trust me, because he didn't flip violently. Well, attention in the pit area. We need some brooms down in turn number 1. We need some manpower and lady power down in turn number 1. We've got a little bit of debris to sweep off of the racetrack. Red flag conditions. Bad news is that the 38 car is banged up a little bit. Good news, Al Stanley, shake it up, but appears to be okay. That's the good news. So again, we'll get the crew down there to clean up the accident and clean up the racetrack. After a wild turn of events, after 6 of 10 laps in the West Coast Focus Midget heat race, I said in the first couple laps when they went 3 wide a few times, careful guys, we still got a main event coming up later on. So after 6 laps, it's Troy Globe in the 11, Ron Jones the 7, Sawyer Lind in the 9S, the 15 of Fell, the 03 of Rogers, the 37 of McKinney. Yeah, every Friday on the Agassiz Speedway Facebook page, we kind of dig out the scrapbook or the old newspaper articles and show some old photos and happenings from years gone by. And just yesterday, there were some photos, I believe it was from 1995, of the hobby stock action. And you had, of course, Rob Krickemeyer and Dave Key and Andy Bodner. Hi, Andy, if you're tuning in from a Soyuz today, and the driver of that car that just was involved in that scary accident, Al Stanley. As mentioned, he raced hobby stocks here in the 80s and the 90s. But kind of neat on the Fridays, as we said, to turn back time, look back in the history books of this racetrack that opened in 1971 as a dirt track. It was a dirt track from 1971 to 1977. For many years, it was known as Kent Raceways. Yes, with an S, even though there was only the one track. I'll have to get to the bottom of that story someday. Anyway, 1978, they paved it. And as I said earlier, every year during the off season, the board of directors, the executive, they get together and decide what improvements we're going to make during the off season, and whether it's the lighting or the sound system, or a few years ago, the real nice restroom facilities we have here now. As mentioned, this past off season, it was increasing the size of the spectator parking lot and repaving part of the racetrack and putting up some new sponsor signs on the backstretch. It's just a little something new each and every year to improve this facility in what is our 50th year of racing. Now, of course, we're not with the abbreviated schedule and everything else that's been going on this year. We're going to hold off on the 50th year celebrations until next season, but this year is officially year number 50 here at Agassiz Speedway, and we have so much fun here through the summer months as Jack's Towing carries the 38 car back to the pit area. We'll get a chance to get an up-close view here to see how much damage there is on the Al Stanley car after a wild incident here on the front straightaway on lap 6 of this heat race. How about a hand for Jack's Towing and Aggressive Towing, folks, again? Our official tow truck here this year. And how about another hand again for Al Stanley, driver of the 38 car. Al, glad to see you walking around. And, I mean, we're a long way away from the car, but the car is not as badly damaged as I thought it might be. So that's the good news. We've seen, I don't think it'll happen, but we've seen stranger things. Paul Woodsky, what do you think? Paul, is there a chance that car could make it back out for the main event? Might not be much of a chance, but there's a chance. You remember that Dumb and Dumber movie, right? So you're saying I got a chance. Yeah, 1 in a million. But you're saying I still got a chance, huh? Is that one of those movies you can just watch like 10, 20 times and never gets old? Dumb and Dumber, something about Mary. Anyway, the people watching on, I keep wanting to say the Facebook page, James, but it's not Facebook, it's YouTube, right? So now, James, being that we're on YouTube, people could actually watch replays if they want, right? So, okay, folks, so how about that? If you're at home, you can actually do the little rewind and the little click, rewind, going back to the cassette tapes. There we go, showing my age. And watch a replay of that or any of the action. And again, also, too, we should add that to any of you that are in the vicinity of Agassiz here this afternoon, we would love to see you out here tonight for the second half of our racing program. Again, we are limited to 50 people in the grandstands and 50 in the pits, but we'd love to see you here tonight. Again, street stocks and mini stocks qualifying at 7 o'clock. Racing at 7:30. And if you know anybody that's not close, make sure you let them know about our live stream on the YouTube, Agassiz Speedway YouTube channel. So 6 complete, 4 to go in this heat race, and then we will have 2 main events. The Hornets tentatively scheduled for 40 laps, and the Midgets tentatively scheduled for 30. Still to come here this afternoon at Agassiz Speedway. A little break now. So glad you could join us, folks. I know you'll stay with us. We are almost set to get back underway here in the Midget heat race. Troy Globe, the 11. Rockin' Ronnie Jones, the 7. Sawyer Lind, the 9S. Quick Rick McKinney, the 37. And Brady Rogers, the 03. Aaron Fell in the pit area as well, along with Al Stanley. Right foot goes down, noise goes up. And Troy Globe leads the field back to the green flag. Troy Globe, Ron Jones, Sawyer Lind, Rick McKinney, and Brady Rogers. Again, not Tom Brady, not Aaron Rodgers, Brady Rogers. Still can't believe Tom Brady's a Tampa Bay Buccaneer. Sawyer Lind with a problem now as he goes to the pit area. Boy, attrition, I say, rearing its ugly head. And now McKinney slowing on the front straightaway. We've only got 3 cars at full speed now all of a sudden. Hopefully they will make it back, most of them, for the feature. Dropping like flies here. Don't like to see that. White flag, 1 lap to go for Worldwide. Jones still second. Rogers still third. Down the backstretch for the final time. Humming that tune all by myself. Troy Globe, your winner. Jones second. And Rogers comes home in the number 3 spot. McKinney officially 4th. Lind officially 5th. Stanley and Phil. And again, as we said just a bit ago, hopefully most of them can make it back for the main event. So your winner in the Bryan's Auto Glass, Hub Fire Engines, all small engine repair, Edmunds Batteries, Okia Massage Beast. He lives in Abbotsford, but on August 17th, he will become a full-time resident of Agassiz. Troy Globe. We got bonus action now, folks. We've added a couple extra heat races for the Hornets. Why not? They've made the effort to be out here, all the guys and gals. So we're going to have a couple of extra heat races for the Hornets. 17, Holden Hamill out of Chilliwack. 22, Chrissy Morgan. North Delta, 15, Jaden Rule out of Surrey. 89, heat race winner earlier, Vancouver's Glenn Richards. The 13, Surrey's Nigel Raymond. And the 03, North Delta's Dennis Christoph. 4 guys and 2 girls set to go at it in this one. Daryl Pareko waves the green flag, and we're back racing again. Daryl Pareko, Vice President and flagman, no relation to the St. Louis Blues, Colton Pareko. I know there's a few of you wondering about that. Say hi to Kevin Gemmel, tuning in from Prince George. How you doing, Kev? I think he's a Prince George Cougars fan. So he'll get that hockey connection there. Two laps complete. The youngest driver racing with us here this afternoon, 14-year-old Holden Hamill, is the leader. But he's got Glenn Richards breathing down his neck in the 89. Raymond, the 13, running third. As we work lap number 4 of 10. Just his second race ever. 14-year-old Holden Hamill. How long can Holden hold him off? 5 down, 5 to go. Hamill, Richards, Raymond. Christoph, the 03, running fourth. As we said, long time pitman for Pete Harding. His NASCAR Northwest Tour days. Jaden Rule and Chrissy Morgan just past halfway in this one. Again, folks, the big question, can the kid, the 14-year-old in his second race ever, can he lead for 3 more laps? Always got to be careful. You don't want to drift too wide like that coming up the corners, young man, because if you do, the 89's going to sneak under you. Again, drifts a little wide through 1 and 2. Richards, though, right there. Listen closely. Knocking on the door like a kid at Halloween. Raymond still there in third. Here comes Christoph. 2 laps to go. Richards, Raymond trying to find the combination. What a story this would be if the kid could win it. Here they come, and here comes the white flag. 1 lap to go. Richards looks to the inside, and can he take the lead? They are side by side, swapping paint through 1 and 2. It's a dead heat as they exit 2 down the backstretch. Richards takes the lead. Hamill, he's trying to fight back. It's going to be a drag race to the finish. Richards wins it by half a car length. Oh, baby, what a race. Glenn Richards by half a car length in his second year of competition over the 14-year-old Hamill. Raymond takes third. Christoph, Morgan, Rule, and Wyatt. How about a hand for all those guys and girls? Wow. Wow. Credit to Richards for the win. That means he is 2 for 2 this afternoon by half a car length. As I said, it was a drag race coming to the checkered as Holden couldn't quite hold him off. But how about a hand for the 14-year-old kid out of Chilliwack, huh? What a job he did. "14 years old. Man, I was excited just having a paper route at 14. And here he is. Here he is. And if we were racing like our go-karts, and I don't mean the ones with motors, the ones that we built out of wood, and we just had to find a steep hill to ride them down. Wow. Holden Hamill. Nice job, Holden, though. Good race there, buddy. And his dad is out there in this one. We got Dario Rizzo, the 00. We have got Aaron Wyatt, the 47. We got Huckleberry Finn Dahlman, the 25 from Squamish. The 44, that's Mike Peters. The 58, there's Holden's dad, Dustin Hamill. Al Sylvester and Angelo Galli. Here we go. This will be our final heat race of the afternoon. 47, Aaron Wyatt out of Chilliwack. Leading another Chilliwack driver, Dario Rizzo, 00. And Finn Dahlman out of Squamish, the 25. Dustin Hamill, 58. In the number 4 spot. 2 complete, 8 to go. As we complete lap number 3, hi Pat, hi Barb, we've got them tuning in as well. We miss you guys out here. Hope you're enjoying the action. Very, very competitive. I don't care where you're racing, dirt, pavement, big track, small track. I don't care what kind of class of cars are racing. If they are close and competitive, that's all you can ask. And we got a good one happening right now. 47 Wyatt, 00 Rizzo. Here comes Sylvester, just like he did in his previous heat race. From the back of the field, has your second quick qualifier, now up into second spot. Lori, I can hear you cheering from here as we work lap number 6 of 10. Aaron Wyatt, Al Sylvester, Dario Rizzo. Wyatt drifts high, Sylvester looks low. Same scenario through 1 and 2. The 47 car up out of the groove. Al Sylvester takes the lead. With 3 laps left. We got a good race for third as well. Galli in the red number 11. First time out in this machine for him. He's up into third. He was your fast qualifier earlier. The 88 of Sylvester, 11 of Galli, the only guys into the 16s today. In this 13-car field of Hornets, as that familiar 88 car looks at a white flag, 1 lap to go. 8-9 car lengths the advantage over second as Galley trying to get around Wyatt in the meantime and in between time. A Sunday drive on a Saturday afternoon for Sylvester. Galley takes second over Wyatt, Rizzo, Hamill, Dahlman, and Peters. Well, it's been a near perfect afternoon so far for the 88. As we said, engine problems, hot lapping, but man, he's got it figured out in a big way. Second quick qualifier, and now winning both his heat races. Delaney's OK Tire. If you need tires or automotive service in Langley, they are just great people. Delaney's OK Tire, Empire Auto Parts, Action Tire, Rackham Stackham Garage, Lordco Auto Parts. They sponsor everybody. Jaden Transport, Film Unit Greens. Interesting. Chris's Tires of Langley and Jerry Calbrigo, the sponsors of the former P&E rollover champion, Al Sylvester. Let him hear you, race fans. The cat. As mentioned, almost perfect today. If he could have just had fast time, he was second quick and winning both heat races. So bonus action, a couple extra heat races for the Hornets. But as we said, they make the guys and gals make the effort to be out here. Why not? Especially for the youngsters new at this. Yeah, as mentioned, folks, we've got them tuned in, watching on YouTube from Prince George in the north, all the way, that's Kevin up in Prince George in the north, to Ron Fell, Aaron Fell's dad, watching us live in Mexico. All at the Agassiz Speedway YouTube channel. Well, the question right now in terms of main events coming up, how many of the midgets are going to be able to make it back out? Hopefully most of them, as Sawyer Lind, Aaron Fell, and of course Al Stanley all had problems in the heat race. Again, a big thanks to all our great sponsors, 89.5, The Drive, Classic Hits in Chilliwack, Merton GM in Chilliwack, Harrison Agassiz Chamber of Commerce, Aggressive Towing and Jack's Towing, official tow trucks of Agassiz Speedway, Gardner GM in Hope, Bryant's Auto Glass, Abbotsford, Finish Line Traffic Markings, RockAuto.com, that's for you, Barb, Bolt-On Speed Mart, Bolt-On Speed Parts, easy for me to say, in Chilliwack, Jiffy Lube, 2 locations in Chilliwack. Instaglass, Abbotsford and Chilliwack. Everclear Metal Recycling. They're located in beautiful Mission, former home of the Mission Pilots. Now the Mission City Outlaws, I believe, in Junior B hockey action, the Pacific International Junior Hockey League. Burton Propane, Agassiz Ready Mix, Armstrong Sand and Gravel here in town. Timbro Contracting of Agassiz, and Mainland Construction Materials and Wind Van Paving, all proud sponsors of Agassiz Speedway. We're going to take a quick break. Main events next, folks. Stay with us. Agassiz Speedway action on the Agassiz Speedway YouTube channel. You know, normally I'm a pretty honest guy. I tell the truth, lead my life in a pretty good way most of the time. But I got to be honest, I lied to you. I did. I lied. How will I ever repay you, Terry Willison? I said the main events are next. They're coming up later. They're giving the Midgets one more heat race like they did the Hornets. So we have got 5 of them, 5 of the 7 out there right now. The 37, Delta's Rick McKinney. The 7, Surrey's Ron Jones. 03, Chilliwack's Brady Rogers. The 15, Abbotsford's Aaron Fell. He made it back. And the 11 of Troy Globe. No Sawyer Lind and no Al Stanley. We'll keep our fingers crossed for at least one of them to make it for the main event. Lights are out around the Speedway as they get the 1-to-go signal, which means we anticipate a green. Pretty quick pace here coming off of 4. Green flag. Ron Jones to the early lead. Ron Jones, Troy Globe, Aaron Fell, Rick McKinney, Brady Rogers. 2 laps complete, 8 to go. The West Coast Focus Midgets. They get around this tight quarter mile so quickly. Uphill on the backstretch. And now noticeably downhill on the front stretch here at this very unique Agassiz Speedway in Agassiz, British Columbia, Canada. Troy Globe, the 11, no surprise, to the lead in a heartbeat. The 7 of Jones still second. Fell is in third. McKinney and Rogers. We have a race for second. We have a race for fourth. Hard to know where to focus your attention, because they're both, quite frankly, very good races here right now. Just past halfway. As McKinney pulls off the track, joining Lind and Stanley in the pit area. 8 laps complete, just 2 to go for Troy Globe. That familiar red and white and black 11 car. Looks to the white flag, 1 lap to go. As cool as the other side of the pillow. Globe wins. Jones takes second. Fell takes third. And Brady Rogers. So we mentioned how Al Sylvester almost perfect in the Hornets with 2 heat wins and second quick time. Troy Globe is perfect with fast time and a couple of heat wins. For the 2-time and defending Agassiz champ, as mentioned, former Washington Midget Racing Association champ as well. Troy Globe and Calgary, Alberta's Trevor Boyce, son of Buddy Boyce, father of Wheeler Boyce. For those of you scoring, Dave Willison scoring with us. I see you, Dave, with the pen and paper at home. Terry's wondering, what are you writing down, Dave? He said, I'm trying to keep track of all this stuff that Fred's saying. Quiet, Terry. Anyway, Troy Globe, as we said, and Trevor Boyce, the only 2 Canadians in the storied history of the Washington Midget Racing Association to have won championships. So now I speak the truth when I say the main events are next. Hey, folks, you've been a little quiet here in the grandstands. You guys ready for main event action or what? That's good. Thank you for your continued support. Sorry we don't have the concession stands open or the souvenir booth open, but we're glad just to have the grandstands open for you, and we appreciate your support. Okay, main events coming up next. First, it's the Hornets. 35 laps now, we're being told, as the scheduled distance in this one. And we will give you the starting lineup on the pole with 17. It's the 14-year-old kid of Holden Hamill alongside. It's the 15 of Jaden Rule. The 22, Chrissy Puddles Morgan. The 89, the Maniac Glenn Richards. The 03 is Dennis Christoph. The 13 of Nigel Raymond. The 47 car, Aaron Wyatt. The 44, not Bart Wardell. It's Mike Peters in that rear-wheel drive BMW. Like I said earlier, not many rear-wheel drive Hornets, not many BMW Hornets, but it's true, says Kurt Angle. It's true. Is he retired from wrestling, Kurt Angle? Sean Holbert, calling Sean Holbert. Not sure if Kurt Angle, they retire, they come out of retirement, and they, Ric Flair, Hulk Hogan. 25. So 00, that's not Marco. That's his old car. It's Dario Rizzo, the 00. 25, Finn Dahlman. 58, he was the winner here a couple of weeks ago. His first ever win, Dustin Hamill. And then your fast two qualifiers at the back. The 88, Sylvester, and the 11 of Galley. How about a hand for your Hornet main event cars? All 13 able to answer the call. 13 cars scheduled for 35 laps. Time to batten down the hatches. Somebody quickly lock the door. Things are about to get wild here in the East Fraser Valley. Hamill, Rule, front row, here we go. Jaden Rule, Glenn the Maniac Richards. Jump out to the early lead. And of course, we'll keep our eyes on the fast qualifiers that start at the back. That's the way we do it here at Agassiz. It is old school. None of you fast guys starting up front. No, that's too easy. All races, dashes, heats, main event, fully inverted. Old school Saturday night short track racing. So it is the young lady, Jaden Rule, in the 15 car. The early leader, the 89 Richards, the 13 of Raymond, are right there. And as we said, your fast qualifiers, Galley, Sylvester, etc., trying to work their way through the field. Still the 18-year-old from Surrey, Jaden Rule. She has led now the first 4 laps. Good job so far, Jaden. Still Raymond and Richards, the 13 and the 89 respectively. 47, Wyatt, 00 Rizzo. That's your top 5 after 5. Three abreast down the back straightaway. Lead change. Nigel Raymond takes over the top spot. Nigel Raymond, Aaron Wyatt, Glenn Richards, Jaden Rule, Dario Rizzo. As we are working lap number 8 of 35 scheduled. with the West Coast Focus Midgets up next as we hit the stroke of 5 o'clock on this Saturday, August the 8th. Hard to believe, hard to fathom on August 8th that it's only our third race of the 2020 campaign. Raymond opening up the advantage to some 10 or 12 car lengths now in that bright yellow, black, white, and red 13 car. As we complete lap number 10. 10 complete, 25 to go. 13 Raymond, 47 Wyatt, 89 Richards, 11 of Galley, the fast qualifier that has never won here before. He's come close many times. Galley now challenging Richards, his good friend, for third. And he's got it. Richards falls to fourth. Rizzo is fifth. Then it's Dahlman, Dustin Hamill, Sylvester, Rule, Peters, Christoph, Hamill, and Morgan. Oh, contact between the second and third place cars, Galley and Wyatt, but they both wrestle with the steering wheel for a little while. Galley now into second. First time out in this car. Fast time tonight, or today, and he's never won a main event. Could today be the day for Angelo Galley? As we approach the halfway point in this race. Next time by, it'll be 15 complete out of 35. Here comes the leader, Nigel Raymond, the 13 to complete, lap number 15. 15 complete, 20 to go. Raymond, the 13, just a couple of car lengths ahead of Galley. As Dustin Hamill with a problem in the 58, your winner here a couple of weeks ago, won't win this one. He's got a steaming radiator as he pulls to the pit area. And the hood is half off the car as well. Must have been a little contact there. Galley underneath Raymond, and he'll take the lead. Halfway through exactly this race, we got a new leader. It's Angelo Galley. Trouble right in front of him, though. Oh, and he just gets through. Oh, my goodness. How often does that happen? The 22 of Morgan and the 17 of Holden Hamill spinning right in front of the leaders. So we are under caution as Finn Dolman pulls off the track. Dustin Hamill pulled off earlier with his hood askew, if I can use that term. Spell that for me, Ron Fell. Askew, I believe it's A-S-K-E-W, and the radiator steaming. And it looks like, yes, it is, the 14-year-old in the 17 car, Holden Hamill, still facing the wrong way on a one-way street in turn number 2. So the story right now in this one, folks, is the young man in that red 11 car. He worked on the car, he told me, until 2 o'clock this morning so he could be ready to race here today. Didn't even have a chance to completely paint it. He only got the number put on the roof, no numbers on the side. He's raced here for quite a few years. He's finished second many times. He's finished third many times, but he has never won a main event. He was fast qualifier today, and he moved from the back to the front in 17 laps, which is basically halfway through this 35-lapper. Angelo Galley, the 11, the 13 of Nigel Raymond, 47, Aaron Wyatt, 89, Glenn Richards. So it's officially 16 complete. Officially, as we go back to the last completed lap. So that's why it's 16 complete, and that's why the 13 goes back in front of the 11. All the cars did not complete lap number 17, which sometimes is a tough pill to swallow. The 11 did get around the 13 car, no question about it, but rules indicate that, as we say, all the cars have to complete that lap, unless you're under a split yellow scoring system, which is, I'll explain that one to you another day. So it is Raymond, the 13, with Chris Timer, crew chief, head wrench, former driver here. There he is. How you doing, Chris? RT Motorsports president, CEO, down there in the entrance to turn number 1. Trying to relay a few hand signals to the driver of the 13. Nigel Raymond, the 13. Angelo Galli, the 11. The 47 of Aaron Wyatt. The 89 of Glenn Richards. Don't forget about Al Sylvester. I know you won't, especially you, Lori. Winner of both heat races earlier and second fastest today. He's up to 5th in the 88. Then it's Rizzo, Peters, Rule, Christoph, Morgan, and Dahlman. 16 complete, 19 laps to go. Nigel Raymond hits the go pedal, and we're green again. And I got a sneaky little feeling that we're in store for a great second half of this race. Raymond, Galli, Sylvester, Richards, Wyatt. This is going to get good. This is going to get real good. Something's telling me. So Galli passed him once. Now he's got to try and pass him again. And if that situation happens late in the race, sometimes you don't get another chance. Plenty of time for Angelo in this situation or scenario. Don't ask me to spell scenario. Working lap number 20 of 35. It's a 4-car battle with 15 laps to go now. 15 to go. Raymond the 13, Galli the 11, Sylvester the 88, Wyatt the 47, Surrey, Burnaby, Surrey, Chilliwack, your top 4. Still Nigel Raymond making that 13 car as wide as he can around the speedway with 22 laps in the books and 13 to go. Galli looks to the inside, dives in a little too hard. Here comes Sylvester. Sylvester from 3rd to 1st. Are you kidding me? The Cat is your new leader. Oh my good. Oh, and now contact between 2nd and 3rd place as they come off a 4. Galli and Raymond swapping paint down the front straightaway, but that's great news for Al Sylvester, the leader, because he has quickly opened up 10 or 15 car lengths. Oh my goodness, Galli went hard into turn number 1, took himself and Raymond high up the racetrack. Sylvester, as we said, from 3rd to 1st. And that right there is your TSN turning point in this one. With 10 laps to go now, 25 complete, 10 to go. Al Sylvester, a couple of wins here last year, looking for his first this year in our first race, in his first race. 9 laps to go. So now, the question, can Galli reel in Sylvester? Sylvester has got lap traffic just in front of him, which will probably slow him up just a little bit. This race is not over yet, folks, with 8 to go. Sylvester, it's not heavy rush hour traffic like you're going to see on the Port Man on a Monday morning or the patella or the golden ears, but he's got some traffic to deal with. And Angelo Galli, just like a fisherman on the Fraser River, he's trying to reel in the leader. He's trying to reel him in. It was nice out there on the Fraser today. Not too high, just right. But Sylvester, the veteran, he is working the traffic like a grizzled veteran, and he has cleared the traffic now. Sylvester should have a clear racetrack the rest of the way with 5 laps to go. 5 to go in this 35-lap Hornet feature. Sylvester leading Galli. Raymond is 3rd. Wyatt is 4th. Richards is 5th. Rizzo, Peters, Dahlman, Rule, and Kristoff, your unofficial top 10. Now with 4 laps to go as Galli's second-place car gets around the traffic. Angelo Galli is going to have to pedal very, very hard if he wants to catch Sylvester. Your 2 fastest qualifiers running 1st and 2nd with just a couple laps to go. .33 complete as Darrell reaches for the white flag. Again, traffic should not come into play as Sylvester exits turn number 4 and looks at the white flag. 1 lap to go for the Cat. Galli still 2nd. Raymond still 3rd. Al Sylvester down the backstretch for the final time. He won twice last year. He wins his first this year. Al Sylvester, your winner. Angelo Galli, 2nd again. He's going to win one of these days. 3rd place, a nice run for Nigel Raymond. Aaron Wyatt takes 4th. I can hear him cheering up in PG and Logan Lake. Peters, 5th. As we've got mayhem at the finish, the 00 of Rizzo and the 89 of Richards in a melee turn of events down in turn number 1. So it is official. Again, Sylvester wins it. Galli 2nd, Raymond 3rd, Wyatt and Peters the top 5. Then it's Richards, Rizzo, Dahlman, Rule, and Chrissy Morgan, your top 10. And the did not finish cars, Kristoff, Holden Hamill, and Dustin Hamill. Rick Tron, how you doing, my friend? All ready to go for tonight? In the 2 car, huh? So it's official now. It's official. Dad has officially retired. We've heard that before, though. It's going to be weird, though, seeing you in the 2 and not the 00. Yes. And Keith and Paul both here tonight? Rick? Hey, Rick. He's ignoring me. Keith and Paul both coming as well? Well, race fans, as we said, a wild afternoon it has been already. You just never know when you come to the racetrack. Cars upside down in the midget heat races, and a couple of yellow flags and a couple red flags in the afternoon. And boy, when you see the checkered flag, you think the race is over, but the 00 of Rizzo and the 89 of Richards come together as they cross the stripe in that one and end up in a heap in turn number one. Making sure those guys are okay. Again, pretty heavy impact down there. So, first of all, how about a hand for those guys? Dario Rizzo, the 00, and Glenn Richards in the 89. Just like Al Stanley earlier, glad to see them climb out of their cars and walk around. And now we have to congratulate the winner of the race. As we said, a near-perfect afternoon, second fastest. He won both his heat races, and he comes from the 13th starting spot to win. Give it up for Al Sylvester, the 88. Nice job, Al, in a tremendous afternoon for him. And Angelo Galli, as I said, Angelo, during the race, your first win is coming soon, my friend. He finishes second. He's got a bunch of seconds and a bunch of thirds. He led the race for a little while, but ends up in the runner-up spot. Nigel Raymond ends up third in the 13, again after he was also a leader at various points during that 35-lapper. Aaron Wyatt and Mike Peters, the top five. Richards, Rizzo, Dahlman, Rule, Morgan, Christoph, Holden Hamill, and Dustin Hamill. 35 laps. How about it, folks, for all 13 drivers? That was a very exciting race. So again, we have still got the midgets scheduled for 30 laps still to come here this afternoon. Again, cleaning up the incident and making sure everybody is all right down in turn number one. So take a look at the chat room here on the Agassiz Speedway YouTube channel. And yes, Ron Fell. He's actually listening to what your announcer has to say. Ronnie, miss seeing you, my friend. Hey, we had to watch Clay Cup on the pay-per-view just like you two did. What a world we're living in, huh, these days? Drivers and crews towing 15, 20 hours from Arizona and California up to Deming's Clay Cup this year, and we couldn't drive the hour or so down there. But hopefully things will get back to normal at some time soon. And yes, and everyone else, as we said, tuning in to all of the action. So this is going to take a little bit to get things cleaned up still down here, folks. So we're going to take another break in the action. The midgets for 30 laps. Then we're going to empty the pits completely. In fact, we could probably almost start taking some of the Hornets out right now. And bring in the street stocks and the mini stocks. Qualifying scheduled for 7 o'clock, racing at 7:30. But the midget main event still to come in session number one here this afternoon. Again, we're going to take a break. Agassiz Speedway live on the Agassiz Speedway YouTube channel. So glad you could join us. Again, how about a hand for Dario Rizzo and Glenn Richards? As we said, once you cross the finish line and see the checkered flag, you hope that you hope that all the action and all of the festivities, extracurricular activity is over. Tough break for those guys, but good to see him walking around. Again, hi to Kevin up in Prince George, Terry and Dave tuning in Fintry, Brandon and Logan Lake, and in beautiful West Vancouver, British Columbia this afternoon, Clayton and Amanda watching the action from the palatial estates of, well, pretty close to the British properties. We got them tuning in from all over the place out there, and we certainly do appreciate it. As we say hello once again to all of you here in the main grandstand area out of the Agassiz Speedway YouTube channel, just had to make sure that both Dario Rizzo and Glenn Richards were okay after a accident right at the end of the Hornet main event after they had crossed the finish line. But as we say, they're a little shaken up, but they both were able to walk away from the accident. So we are a little bit behind schedule, but we've still got the West Coast Focus Midgets coming up, and then as soon as that race is complete, we will be emptying out the pit area completely of Hornets and Midgets and bringing in the street stocks and the mini stocks for race number 2 of this, our third race of the season on Saturday, August the 8th. Again, we'll probably be a little bit later than originally advertised for tonight. Qualifying was scheduled for 7, racing at 7:30. We will be a little bit behind because we've got to give them some practice laps and so on before that. But we'll have it for you live, whatever time it is, at the Agassiz Speedway YouTube channel. Something else we've got to remind you folks, we already know when our next race is going to be after today, and it's going to be a big one. Coming up in 2 weeks, Saturday, August the 22nd. Mark it down if you haven't already. Just broke news on the Facebook page yesterday. The Dryco Drywall Supply Street Stock Outlaw Shoot up in 2 weeks. No rules, 100 laps. You can do whatever you want to your car, and over $2,500 in prize money. Again, coming up in 2 weeks, Saturday, August the 22nd. We've already got interest from Prince George, the Okanagan, Vancouver Island, in addition to all of your Agassiz Speedway regulars. So we look forward to that week's Saturday, August 22nd. Warren Curry and Company, the Dryco Drywall Supply Street Stock Outlaw Shootout. Again, the guys have to enter the pit area with the cars under the regular Agassiz Speedway rules, or wherever track they come from, Western Speedway in Victoria, Penticton Speedway in Penticton. They have to enter the pit area with the cars abiding by their rules of their track. But once they get here, then they get, I believe it's 2 hours. 2 hours to do whatever they want to change their cars. As we said, the only rule is they have to use the regular pump gas. They can do anything else they want. Wider, softer tires. They can change the aerodynamics. A couple of years ago, Alteron had a sprint car wing from Doug Roots on top of the car. So that's all coming up in 2 weeks. But here come the Midgets. All right, race fans, unfortunately, Al Stanley and Rick McKinney can't make it, but we are set to go for the Mighty Midgets, the 9S of Abbotsford Sawyerland, the number 7 car, Surrey's Ron Jones, the 03 Chilliwack's Brady Rogers, the 15 Abbotsford's Aaron Fell, and car number 11, Abbotsford's Worldwide Troy Globe. The West Coast Focus Midgets, 20 laps for this one. Don't blink, you might miss it. Into 3 and off of 4, green flag. Sawyer Lind to the early lead in his dirt midget. You can see it's a more upright car. Doesn't hug the racetrack like the pavement-specific cars. Glad to have him here with us. He's on the outside. Jones is. Oh, no! Upside down on the backstretch. It's Brady Rogers. For the second time today, we have had a midget upside down. Race fans, we go sometimes an entire season, well, maybe half a season, without a car upside down. Here we've had two in the span of an hour or so. And unlike Al Stanley earlier, who slid on his top for a while and then onto his side, the 03 of Rogers actually did tumble a couple of times. Now that's the bad news. The good news, it wasn't there wasn't heavy impact, let's put it that way. Easy for me to say, I know, from this far away. But anyway, there he is climbing out of the car. Brady Rogers, the 34-year-old rookie out of Chilliwack, who again had been out of racing for about 15 or 20 years. Good to see him walking around. Again, we need some more brooms on the backstretch, please. Gentlemen and ladies, we need some manpower and lady power with some brooms over there to clean up the track. Race fans, I said it before, I'll say it again. You just never know what you're going to see, do you? When you come to the racetrack, some nights, some days, you go nonstop, no yellows, no reds, and you're done early. And Daryl Pareko, sometimes you're the windshield, sometimes you're the bug, right? Hey, at least we've got good weather, right, Daryl? Daryl, in a situation like this, if we knew there was storm coming tonight, we would be, you know what, sweating bullets right now. But all that crazy wet stuff we had the last couple of days is gone. It's supposed to be good for a few more days, but it's been a weird and wacky one. And the full moon, Daryl, was like a couple of days ago, so we can't blame it on the full moon. I think that was Monday night. So the bad news, we've had a number of accidents and a number of red flags, but the good news is, and some damaged race cars, but the good news that the drivers have all been able to walk away from the accidents. And if you look beyond the racetrack over turns 1 and 2, you can see the lineup, a big lineup of trucks and trailers. Those are the street stocks and the mini stocks, guys and girls, ready to enter the pit area. They were supposed to be entering the pit area at 5:30, and as we said, hot lapping shortly thereafter and qualifying at 7 and racing at 7:30. So we will be a tad delayed starting the nighttime portion of our action. And those of you at home, during our delays, of course, you've got lots of other racing and hockey to choose from on online or on TV. As mentioned in the racing world, it's a busy weekend. NASCAR ran the Truck Series at Michigan last night. They're running a doubleheader for the Cup Series both today and tomorrow. Xfinity was on the road course at Road America today. Indy cars also on the road course, also with a doubleheader at Mid-Ohio today and tomorrow. World of Outlaw sprint cars are at Pevely, Missouri last night and tonight. The World of Outlaw late models are in Cedar Lake, Wisconsin, racing for $50,000 to win tonight. And the Knoxville 360 Nationals started Thursday, Friday, and they wrap things up tonight with Kerry Madsen and Joey Saldana on the front row of the main event at Knoxville. Ontario's Dylan Westbrook is locked into the A feature, and most of the West Coast drivers, Trey Starks, J.J. Hickle from Washington, Colton Heath, Roger Crockett, formerly out of Oregon. They're pretty much all in the B main tonight, so we wish them all the best of luck. Hopefully they can garner a top 4 or 6 finish in the B and transfer to the A. And then next week, of course, was supposed to be the Knoxville 410 Nationals. Now, it's not officially the Knoxville Nationals this year, but they're still going to run a 3-day World of Outlaw program, a $50,000 to win feature next Saturday night. So even though it's not officially the Nationals, with the big money and the big crowd, most of the big names in the sport still plan on being there. Just such a bizarre year it has been, obviously, for all the different things going on in the world. But when it comes to sports, for the longest time, of course, there wasn't anything happening. And now you turn on the hockey and the basketball and the baseball, and they're playing, but no fans. And as we talked about racing, some tracks aren't racing at all. Some are racing like we are, with a limited number of fans and a limited number of competitors. And then some tracks, it's almost business as usual. And in fact, in some places, they're getting bigger crowds than usual because there's not much else going on in terms of entertainment. Sawyer Lind, the 9S, and Troy Globe in the number 11. Then after this race is over, the pits will empty of the Hornets and Midgets, and we'll bring in the street stocks and the mini stocks. Thanks for your patience, race fans, here in person or watching on the Agassiz YouTube channel. 4 cars for 20 laps. Green flag. And just like the first time, it's Sawyer Lind to the early lead. Ahead of Jones, Fell, and Globe. The first 3 down low. Troy Globe trying the high side. Jones looks to the Sawyer Lind, and he will take the lead. Ron Jones, car number 7, your new leader. Aaron Fell into second in the 15 car. Globe and Lind. It's Surrey leading 3 guys from Abbotsford. As we said, Troy Globe, soon to be from Agassiz. As he moves to the inside of Fell into second with 4 laps complete. 4 complete, still Ron Jones in that good-looking number 7 car. Globe will look to the high side. Upstairs, where Fonzie used to live at the Cunningham house. New leader, Globe, and we are going to lose another one. Sawyer Lind. And just as I say that, he gets it back going again. 6 laps in the books and 14 to go. Race for second now as Aaron Fell goes underneath Ron Jones into the runner-up spot. Again, great to have Aaron's parents tuning in from Mexico here this afternoon. As we said, he's getting better and better, more comfortable all the time in this midget pavement car. Spent most of his career on the dirt, as we said. Mini sprints, 360 and 410 sprint cars. And now Sawyer Lind will pull off the track. We're halfway home, 10 down and 10 to go. Troy Globe, Aaron Fell, and Ron Jones. Agassiz Speedway on a Saturday afternoon, a gorgeous Saturday afternoon. working lap number 13, which means next time by it'll be 7 laps to go. Make it 6 to go for Worldwide. Aaron Fell still second. Ron Jones still third. Again, Abbotsford leading Abbotsford and Surrey. Inside the final 5 laps now. Troy Globe, we talked about it earlier, won 8 of the 9 main events here last year. And looking to sweep the afternoon for the second time in 2020. The car is on rails as he works his way around the speedway with just 3 to go now. As Darrell reaches for the white flag, he'll wave it this time. In front of the 11 car, 1 lap to go. Fell still second, Jones third. Perfect today, perfect this year. Troy Globe victorious. Aaron Fell second. Ron Jones third. Lind and Rogers officially 4th and 5th. Just past 6 o'clock, the first half of our day of racing is in the books. So thanks for hanging in there with us, whether you're live here in person or watching online. Again, street stocks and mini stocks later on tonight, and hopefully you can hang in there with us. As we said, those of you that are at home or out on the porch or at the beach or at the cabin, you can take in all the other great racing that is available online or on TV tonight, and join us back here in an hour or 2 when we'll get going, as we said, with the street stocks and the mini stocks. So Globe again in the winner's circle. The Bryan's Auto Glass, Hub Fire Engines, all small engine repair. Edmunds Batteries, Okia Massage, Beast Entry, Lifelong Race wins, and a main event win. How about a hand for Al Sylvester race fans? And there they are, both of your main event winners together in the winner's circle. Again, one more shout out to all of our great sponsors. 89.5 The Drive, Classic Hits in Chilliwack, Merton GM. In Chilliwack, Harrison Agassiz Chamber of Commerce, Aggressive Towing, and Jack's Towing, Gardner GM in Hope. Bryan's Auto Glass, Finish Line Traffic Markings, RockAuto.com, Bolt-On Speed Parts, Jiffy Lube, Instaglass, Everclear Metal Recycling, Burden Propane, Agassiz Ready Mix, Armstrong Sand and Gravel, and Timbro Contracting. As Troy wheels the 11 car back to the pit area, Al Sylvester walks back to the pit area. As mentioned, they will load up the Hornets and the Midgets, and the street stocks and the mini stocks headed this way shortly. Again, race fans, originally qualifying for the street stocks and the mini stocks scheduled for 7 o'clock, racing at 7:30. I would add at least, I'm guessing, half an hour to those times, but just check back in, and we'll have the stream up on the YouTube channel as the afternoon leads into the evening, as the sun slowly begins to set here in the east part of the Fraser Valley. So glad you could join us in person or on YouTube. So we are going to take a break. Obviously, as we said, empty the pit area of Hornets and Midgets and bring in the street stocks and the mini stocks. And we'll talk to you in about an hour to an hour and a half with more great racing action live from Agassiz Speedway. Talk to you then.
we wanted to check and see how the receiver rate is working. This is about how many times would you want to talk to you. Somebody said, I heard the first name of George.
Yeah, I've got George and Terry now because they just signed up, remember? But
Clearly, reference. From where or how or why?
exactly what I'm thinking, yeah. You have it very good.
All that I know is authorized to be wherever they want.
Yes, exactly.
And that's all I care about.
Yeah.
We figure things out. It's all about connecting the dots up here.
Yep, exactly, yeah.
Especially that you're the unemployed thing. There's no executive up here. No decision making. No vote.
Poker face.
Just take what we got, take what we're given, and be happy for it.
Yep.
It's that last part that sometimes I don't get.
Yeah, exactly.
You have far more experience with the racing experience thing than I do, so you kind of have a better idea of like, no, it could be done better by doing it this other way. Whereas I'm just like, yeah, this seems to work.
Yep.
This is not true.
No.
This is not true. Just because it ain't broke doesn't mean it doesn't need fixing.
Fixing, yes. Around here,
Or-
there's a few things like that.
There's a difference between fixing and improving.
Yeah, there you go, yes.
Just because it ain't broke doesn't mean it can't be improved.
That's right, exactly. That would be the same for a replacement.
As man. Just because it ain't broke doesn't mean I don't want to tinker with it a bit.
That's right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I think I speak for
Oh,
pretty
I
much
think
all
so.
men.
I think so, yeah.
Working perfectly, don't touch it. No, I think a little bit. Oh crap, no, back it up, back it up. I'm not saying that it's always a good thing. My buddy, we were installing his new fish tank. And we're talking fish tank. The size of this window in the wall. Big saltwater tank.
Oh.
We had it all plumbed up, had it all ready, got it delivered, sitting in this blasted 2x4 bed that it's sitting on.
Yep.
And as we put it onto cable that sits behind the window. Cause like you push it, one of them just slid out this much. I'm like, oh well, that'll be fine. I mean, it's not a big issue. And my friend more OCD. And he's like, oh no, I think I can just push that back in. Should be fine. It slid out and slide back in, right? Put that on a 2x4. Up and in. Tough.
Because that's with no water in it. Oh.
Beer? Beer! $5,000 down the
Yep.
drain.
Yep. Yep. I
And I
used to
was,
have a big saltwater tank.
that was a custom ordered
I was
Stark
going to
Fire
say.
glass.
Oh.
And it never did get to any place like that because it was
Oh.
and we took out an entire bedroom to put it in we built it all up from scratch and
Oh.
everything was just coming to fruition.
When I got my big salt tank, I had the pump set up. I had a custom thing for it. It's called a fixer. It was only 60 gallons, but it was a fixture that was
Yeah.
quite huge. I dealt with a place that made the bridge. They were really good. And then when I had one fishing just super rough, I just called him up and I said, can you get this guy out of my tank? I said, I can't get him out. So he and I'm telling you, he had to practically empty my tank to get that little fucker out of there.
We had a couple that we couldn't keep in there.
Oh, yeah, some of them. Yeah.
Friggin' clownfish, man.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I love the clownfish. Oh, yeah.
Oh, they look
Yeah.
even more beautiful than fried jerky on the
Yeah,
floor.
no kidding. Yeah, I know.
That orange just comes
Right
right out.
out. Yeah.
Better than my St. Brennan, his tank, tank of inventory.
Yeah.
He went and he sat and waited for, I think it was 6 months to a year. It was a long time that he had to wait for this one fish, period.
Yep. Yeah.
And it came in and he came in, had it for about 2 weeks, then he went on vacation, came back. He's like $300 or $400 for this stupid fish. Where's this fish? I didn't get it. Well, you don't take all your tank. Did you steal it? No, I didn't steal your fish. I'm like, really? And he's like, are you sure? I'm gonna go check your tank anyway. I'm gonna take your fish, man. Where is it?
Check the floor all the way around it.
All right, race fans, in person and online, the Agassiz Speedway YouTube channel, we are set to go for the second half of our racing program here today. Street stocks and mini stocks. Qualifying just underway for the always exciting street stocks. The track record here set by Cale Woodski a couple of years ago at a 14.749. The 55 car of Murray Jones, the first car to qualify. He turned a 15.687 and a 15.704. Murray Jones brought to you by Ridgesign Designs, Nitrolube Lubricants, Pro Traffic Controls, Lordco Auto Parts, and Edwards Racing. And speaking of Edwards Racing, this, of course, the car that Sean Edwards usually drives, but tonight behind the wheel, his fiance driving this car for the first time, her first night in a street stock, it's Jackie Robson. Jackie Robson, out of Aldergrove, normally drives in the Hornet class. Edwards Racing, Captain Crunch Recycling, Tow King Towing, Goodwin's Greenhouses, AC Delco, Fram Autoline, Rapid Truck Repair, Tron Fabrication. The sponsors, first lap for Jackie is a 16.610. 16.610. First night in the car, first night in the street stocks. Careful, Jackie, as she drifts high. Coming off a 4. 16.394 on the second lap. Well, just like Jackie Robson, we're used to seeing him in the Hornet division. First night in a street stock, taking over the reins of the former Rick Tarand machine out of Chilliwack, Super Marco Rizzo. Marco Rizzo, the 00, the 19-year-old youngster. Brother Dario was in competition earlier today in the Hornets. Unfortunately, his day ended with a nasty accident in turn number 1. Marco set to go tonight. Goodwin's Greenhouses. That's where he works. Absuri Tire, Arkwright Industries. Able Construction, Super Self Storage, Tron Fabrication. Hymac Industries, Heads Unlimited. BD Diesel Service, Mr. Home Inspector. S&M Auto. 15.980. First lap for Super Marco. He's got the family and the fan club in the stands and a bunch more watching. Second lap better at a 15.701. So not too bad at all. Murray Jones turns a 15.6. Marco turns a 15.7. Hasn't raced in a couple of years. Nice to have him back with us. Out of White Rock, Darren Barrett. Darren Barrett, the White Rock Brake and Wheel, sponsored number 47 car. Used to race here in the Hornets. If I had the theme from Welcome Back, Cotter, I'd play it right now. Darren Barrett, White Rock. Pretty nice there in the summertime down on the pier. Darren Barrett, first lap. He's third quick at a 16.235, 1.6.235. We mentioned it earlier. We'll mention it a lot tonight. The street stocks will be in the spotlight in 2 weeks, August 22nd. Barrett, second lap, 16.248. The Dryco Drywall Street Stock Outlaw Shootout coming up in 2 weeks, Saturday, August 22nd. On the track now, the number 12 car, the Dryco Drywall, Coastline Drywall, AA Rubbish Removal, 2014 Camaro. Good-looking race car. Out of North Delta, Johnny Beaupre. Johnny Beaupre in the Warren Curry-owned entry. Hard to believe that you could get a 2014 Camaro body all ready to go racing with. Johnny Beaupre, North Delta. First lap is fast time so far to 15:6:45. Very smooth. Very smooth line around the track, and the engine sounds strong, doesn't it? Listen. It's not very loud, but it's fast. Faster on the second lap at a 15:5:01. 15:5:01. Again, the track record held by Cale Woodski. Unfortunately, Cale is here tonight along with his family, but the race car got a little beat up in Penticton last week. 14:7:49 is the track record. On the track now, the number 66 car. Out of Langley, it's Troy Sheen. Troy Sheen out of Langley, the TC Backhoe Service, Al's Auto Wrecking. Sponsored entry, third year in the street stocks after moving up from the Hornets, where his daughter Megan races. Troy Sheen, nice to see his dad down in the pit area before the races. His dad used to race at Langley Speedway, like many of the folks around here. First lap for Troy, 16:052, 16:052. See if he can get into the 15s. Not quite. Pretty close. At a 16:081. Very consistent laps for Troy. Up next, it'll be the 38 car. The second-year driver, second in rookie points last year. 67 years young. That means he was a 66-year-old rookie last year. How's that for doing the quick math? Out of Chilliwack, Bill Scouten. Bill Scouten, Lou's Grill, Tony's Garage, Superbrush Signs, Dave Bulkwell. Salute to all the first responders out there as he takes the green flag from Daryl Porreco. Bill Scouten. This is the former Billy Beasley 51 car, if you're scoring with us. First lap for Bill, 15:7:30. In fact, speaking of the big race coming up in 2 weeks, this is the car that won that race last year with Billy Beasley behind the wheel. Second lap, a little slower to 15:8:96. Well, we have new drivers every year, and over the last couple of years, we've got a lot of drivers coming back to racing and coming back to Agassiz Speedway, and this is one of them. He used to race here in the Hobby Stock division. Back in the 80s and 90s, he's been off for 20 years. From Langley, welcome back the real deal, Steve Van Meel. In that good-looking number 43 car. Pontiac Ventura that he picked up over on Vancouver Island. The real deal, Steve Van Meel, Harding Forklift, Ray Jones Motorsports. That'll be a 15:8:44 first lap for Steve. 15:8:44. And the second lap, a little slower, 15:9:38. First lap quicker will be fifth out of the 8 qualifiers so far. Well, the last number of years, we've been so used to saying Al Terron is the owner driver of this machine. Al Terron at 83 years old, raced once this year, but decided it was time to retire. So the driver now used to be the 00, now in the 2, Quick Rick Terron. Quick Rick Terron. Car number 2. Heads Unlimited, Action Tire, True Seal Products, Pacto Transport, Kingdom Trucks, BC Road Safe, Tron Fabrication, Fraser Valley Heating. He finished second in points last year for the former Rookie of the Year, and he just set fast time. You like apples? How about them apples? 15.312 for Quick Rick. Can he go faster on the second lap? Oh, so close. 15.374, first lap better than a 15.312. So he's got fast time, but how long will it last? Because up next, it's his older brother, the four-time defending track champion out of Langley. This is Paul Turand. Paul Turand. Paul Turand set to take the green flag from Darrell. Had the whole front part of the body of the race car up, fly off. Practicing earlier. Tron Fabrication, Roots Racing. Helping pay the bills. What do you bet this is fast time? Oh my goodness, it's fast time by half a second, and it's almost a track record. 14.8. 14.841, track records of 14.7. Let's watch him as he powers off of 4 down the front straightaway to complete the second lap. 14.838. Wow. Half a second faster than his brother Rick, who is second fast. So he turned to 14.8, track record 14.7. Well, when I saw this car pull in, Rob, I thought Roy Blumenhagen had come out of retirement. Quite a story here. This guy's only raced for a couple of years. It's his third different car and his third different number. They do it just to mess with announcers and lap checkers. He started as 25, then he was 7. This is a former Cascar late model stock car that was once raced by Tony Stewart, that's right, through the streets of Toronto during IndyCar weekend. Anyway, the driver is a 2-time winner already here this year when he was in the 7 car. Out of Chilliwack, it's Derek Lewis. Derek Lewis, first night out in this car. And that will be a 15.995. 15.995. We've had 2 races here this year. He has won them both. But in a different car that he's got out here tonight. Second lap better at a 15.186. And that will be second fastest to Paul Turand. So pretty darn good for first time in the car. So Lewis turns a 15.186, and I think that'll do it. So Paul Turand, as we said, just a tenth of a second off the track record at a 14.838. Derek Lewis second quick. Rick Turand in his dad's old number 2 car, third quick. How about a hand for Paul Turand? Okay, so we have mini stocks. And right out of the gates, another guy with a storied career in racing. Started, get a load of this, started at Langley Speedway in the 70s. Also raced at Victoria, Nanaimo. Then he decided to buy a sprint car and go racing on the dirt at Skagit. Then he came to Agassiz Speedway, where he's raced in pretty much every class we've ever had here. He's a former 2-time street stock champion. He's 71 years old, same as the number on the race car. And he hasn't raced for 6 years. Other than that, I can't tell you much about this guy. Welcome back, Mark McFadden. Mark McFadden. He was even flagman here for a couple of years. Mark McFadden in the 71 mini stock. And that car was put together by himself and Tony Case. First lap for Mark is a 15.723. 15.723. Mark McFadden. Second lap, 15.779. Track record for mini stocks is Ken Jorgensen at a 14.789. Now, I asked Mark if he picked 71 because that's his age. He said, no, actually. Dave Marcus used to be his favorite NASCAR driver, and he was 71. Like I said, other than that, I don't have much to tell you about Mark McFadden. Up next, same car, new color combination. And hey, it looks good. Oh, Canada, the number 83 out of Langley, Dayton Sargent. Dayton Sargent. 17 years young, in his third year of competition. Dad is here, as always, crew chief in the pit area. Mom watching the live feed at home on our YouTube channel. I keep wanting to say Facebook page. We started with Facebook, now it's YouTube. Apparently it's clearer picture, better sound. 16.732. 16.732, first lap for Dayton. And the second lap will be better to 16.582. Well, you know this guy, car number 8, four-time and defending Agassiz Speedway mini stock champion. Out of Port Coquitlam, jumping Joey Silas. Joey Silas, car number 8. Former late model rookie of the year as well. Finish line traffic markings, Tirecraft and Poco, letter art neon. Gordo's Concessions, Rags to Riches Top Shop, Heads Unlimited, Racing Greed, Fraser River Paint and Body for the 21-year-old. Again, hard to believe that he's already 21 for the four-time champ. And the winner here back in June in our only other mini stock race. I'll bet this is fast time. Something's going to tell me. Surprise, surprise, surprise. 15.419 first lap. 15.419. Again, track record is a 14.7. Second lap, 15.444. Almost identical. On the track now, car number 22. Former Rookie of the Year in his third year of competition out of Aldergrove, Austin Bennett. Austin Bennett in the Ars Skidding Southern Cross Machining sponsored 22 car. We see the number 22. We think of names like Terry Kershaw here at Agassiz. Think of the great Roy Haslam out of Victoria. Don Reby, as we go off the board. Don Reby in sprint cars at Skagit for a couple of years. First lap for Austin Bennett is 15.918. 15.918 on a beautiful summer evening here in Agassiz. Second lap for Austin, 15.971. Most of the drivers very consistent on their 2 laps in both classes tonight. Up next, the purple, yellow, and white 88 car. Second in points last year, behind Joey Silas, with 1 win. Out of Abbotsford, Brandel Cholette Farrington. Brandel Cholette Farrington, 22 years young, out of Abbotsford. And he is sponsored by Absuri Tire, Chewy Media, Votech Communications, Melody Land Signs, and Westcan Auto Parts. He just took fast time from Silas, 15.184. He is hauling the mail around the Agassiz Speedway. Second lap, just a tick slower to 15.199. 15.184 for Cholette Farrington. Well, it does not have a visible number. He will be scored as number 19 in your Agassiz Speedway souvenir program for the former Hornet champion. Second year in the mini stocks. Out of Surrey, Dylan Gordon. Dylan Gordon. And he's not too happy these days because his favorite hockey team is the Pittsburgh Penguins. And just like Edmonton, they got knocked off big time in the first round by Montreal. Edmonton defeated by Chicago. Dylan Gordon, the second-generation driver. Turns a 15.966. His dad, Al Sylvester, almost swept the program earlier today in the Hornets. Second quick time, 2 heat race wins, and a main event win. Dylan Gordon, 15.9. Second lap, a little slower to 16.108. Again, just getting the car ready in time late last night to be good to go for today. Thus, no number on the car. That'll do it. Congratulations to the 88. Brandel, nice job, buddy. Fast time, let him hear you, folks. There he is, right down in front. Brandel, Cholette Farrington, 15.184. Joey Silas, second quick. Mark McFadden, third. Welcome back, Mark. Austin Bennett, fourth fastest. Dylan Gordon, your top 5 qualifiers. So qualifying in the books. Again, thanks to a very exciting but yellow and red flag marred afternoon program. Oh boy, folks, if you weren't here, if you weren't able to tune in, the Hornets and the Midgets, I'm telling you, it was, the full moon was earlier in the week, and it was an afternoon race, so we couldn't see the moon anyway, but it was wild and crazy. We had 2 Midgets go upside down. Brady Rogers on the back stretch, Al Stanley on the front stretch. Cars were beat up a bit. Thankfully, the drivers were okay. We had a couple of big crashes in the Hornets, one of them after the race was over, with Dario Rizzo and Glenn Richards down at turn number 1. And again, both those guys were shaken up a bit, but thankfully all right. So we were delayed, I guess, about an hour from what we were scheduled to start here this evening with the street stocks and the mini stocks. So we'll be having a drivers' meeting in a matter of moments before we get into heat race action, followed by main events. All of this, race number 3 of the 50th anniversary season here at Agassiz Speedway. As we said earlier today, hard to believe it's August 8th, and it's only our 3rd competition of the season here. And we want to remind you that our 4th race of the year, you don't have to wait very long, folks. It's coming up in 2 weeks, and it's going to be a big one. Saturday, August 22nd, it's our annual Dry Coat Drywall Supply Street Stock Outlaw Shootout Race. It'll be 100 laps, and there are basically no rules in terms of how you can prepare the race car. Throw the rule book out the window. There's one rule, that you have to use pump gasoline. That's it. No crazy trick fuels, racing fuels, etc. But as far as everything else goes, wider, softer tires, aerodynamics, take the fenders off, lower it, raise it, mess with the engine, whatever. Anyway, over $2,500 in prize money. That's been put up by Warren Curry and Dry Coat Drywall Supply and Coastline Drywall. But there's more sponsorship money coming. And we are expecting cars, of course, that you see regularly here at Agassiz. We're also expecting cars from Vancouver Island, the Okanagan, and the Caribou-Chilcotin area. Easy for me to say. Coming up in 2 weeks, Saturday, August the 22nd. Gates open at 4:30, racing around 7 o'clock. Make plans to join us. Of course, big thanks to all of our great Agassiz Speedway sponsors. I'll rattle them off quickly before they start the drivers' meeting. 89.5 The Drive, Classic Hits in Chilliwack, Merton GM in Chilliwack, Harrison Agassiz Chamber of Commerce, Aggressive Towing, and Jack's Towing. Gardner GM in Hope, Brian's Auto Glass in Abbotsford, Finish Line Traffic Markings. Thank you, Silas family. RockAuto.com. Bolt On Speed Parts in Chilliwack. Derek Lewis and Rob Crickemeyer. Jiffy Lube, 2 locations in Chilliwack, Instaglass, Abbotsford, and Chilliwack. Everclear, almost said Evergreen, thinking Evergreen Speedway. Everclear Metal Recycling in Mission. Burden Propane, Agassiz Ready Mix. Armstrong Sand and Gravel, and Timbro Contracting here in Agassiz. And all the other sponsors you see around the track in the program when we have one during regular times. And all the sponsors on the cars, we thank them for their support. Time for the drivers' meeting. So we'll shut things down up here. We'll talk to you in a bit for racing action from Agassiz Speedway. So drivers' meeting is complete as we say hi to all of you once again in person here at the racetrack or via the World Wide Web at the Agassiz Speedway YouTube channel. Again, it's not the Facebook page. I may have accidentally said that once or twice today. Don't mind me. That's what we started with, but we have clearer, better coverage, I'm being told, on the YouTube channel. So hello to all of you, wherever and however you're tuning into the big broadcast tonight, this afternoon, earlier today for the Midgets and the Hornets. We had some wild and crazy competition, and we had the full 50 spectators were allowed in the grandstands, and we had lots of people tuning in online from as far north as Prince George, British Columbia, all the way down through BC, Washington, Oregon, and even into Mexico. Aaron Fell's parents tuning in from Mexico, watching Aaron race to a second-place finish in the West Coast Focus Midget feature. Behind it, Troy Globe. So again, we say hi to all of you watching tonight. Special hello to a young lady in Burlington, Ontario, where it is almost 11:30, staying up late to join us because she's a big Mark McFadden fan. Hello, Sally, in Burlington, Ontario, this evening. So it'll be heat race action coming up shortly, 10 laps the distance. We'll have a couple of heat races for the street stocks, one for the mini stocks, before our feature main events here tonight. As we documented earlier, this Agassiz Speedway's 50th anniversary season. But of course, we'll save all the celebrations, the pomp, and a little bit of pageantry until next year, when we can invite everybody back to the track all at once and jam-pack these grandstands and the pit area, limited to 50 here in the stands and the same number in the pits. That's why we had to split up the classes into 2 sessions today. Pretty busy around here. A lot of our staff here bright and early this morning getting ready. The pits opened at 1:30 this afternoon. It was a little wet around here this morning, but the forecast was actually pretty accurate. A few showers this morning and then clearing more and more through the afternoon and into the evening. And really, for our officials and competitors that were here earlier today, a very comfortable day here at the Speedway. Normally summertime gets pretty hot around here, especially down in the pit area. And again, when you're here all afternoon getting ready for nighttime competition, it can get a little toasty, to say the least. But simply gorgeous conditions here on this Saturday, August the 8th. And as we always say, no more picturesque, beautiful racing facility anywhere in North America. And believe me, I've been to a lot of them. And a lot of them, I mean, it's just you're in the desert in the middle of nowhere, or you're on the flat prairie in the Midwest. And I mean, the facilities can be great, and of course the fans and the people are fantastic, but there's just not much to look at other than the racetracks. And here, just all the beautiful mountains and the trees. And as I often say, you feel like you're a million miles away from the big city of Vancouver, when really it's only about an hour and a half out here, 70 to 75 miles, and gorgeous. Just a great whole day or weekend to spend some time, as we often say. Come on out here if you get a chance on a regular Saturday. Spend the day out at Harrison Hot Springs enjoying the fun and the sun. And then come on up here and join us 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock for racing action. A perfect day. And as we said, a lot of people choose to spend the whole weekend here as well. So street stocks lining up and getting set to go here tonight. Hi to Leslie McKellar, our former track photographer. She moved from Cloverdale up to the beautiful Okanagan. I can never remember if it's Peachland or Summerland. I think it's Summerland. Leslie, hello to you and Bob tonight. I'm sure you were out for a walk along the beach earlier today. Brady, how are you? Back on all fours. Brady, how you doing, buddy? He's got a twin. Brody, that's right. It's Brody, not Brady. I know I was close. And who else we got tuned in? Pat Shepardowski, of course, long-time executive member here at the Speedway and lap checker and banquet organizer. Pat and Ernie watching today and tonight from beautiful downtown Chilliwack. Sean Holbert, boy, he's multitasking, I'll bet you. I can see Sean Holbert and Doug Roots. Doug, I know you're watching. They've got us going on, I don't know, on the laptop. They've probably got Knoxville 360 Nationals maybe on the big screen, and maybe World of Outlaws at Peevely, Missouri, I don't know, on the phone. And then maybe they're on Race Monitor checking, I don't know if they're racing at Placerville, California tonight or not. Anyway, Sean Holbert, Everett, Washington, Doug Roots, Langley. Set to go, guys, for our first race of our nighttime portion of the program. Up front, the 47 car out of White Rock. That's Darren Barrett. The 66 car comes to us from Langley, Troy Sheen. The 43 car, also out of Langley, the real deal, Steve Van Meel. Car number 38 out of Chilliwack. The 67-year-old is Bill Scouten. The 00, first night in a street stock, moving up from the Hornets out of Chilliwack, Super Marco Rizzo. And also regularly in the Hornets, this is just a one-off here tonight, the 74 driving her fiance's car, that's Jackie Robson. Pitter patter, let's get at her. First race of the night here at Agassiz Speedway. Promises to be a good one. 5 guys and 1 girl going at it out there right now. 10 laps the distance, 1 lap in the books. 47 car Darren Barrett, 66 Sheen, 43 not Petty, not Wallace, it's Van Meel in the 43 car. As they cross the stripe to complete lap number 2, Darren Barrett hasn't raced in a couple of years. Got the 47 car going good right now. Look at him go. If you're here in attendance, you can watch the laps count down. You can see the top 6 on the leaderboard. In the pit area, Troy Sheen working the high groove. We got a new leader, the 66, Troy Sheen, out of Langley. Barrett, 47, running second. Here comes Van Meel using the top side of the racetrack. The 43 trying to move into the runner-up spot. So he kicks it sideways, coming off of 4. He's now second. Barrett is third. Then it's Scouten and Rizzo and Robson. Just past the halfway point in this one. 6 complete and 4 laps to go. Hello to the Georges and the Willisons watching as well tonight. The Georges, I can hear them cheering on Troy Sheen right now as he leads the field down the front straightaway to complete lap number 7. As we harken back to the sip and pass days, a little inside information there. Sheen, Van Meel, Rizzo. Almost said Rick Turon, but it's Rizzo. Here they come, and here comes the white flag. Sheen feeling a little pressure here in the last few laps. Van Meel, Rizzo right there knocking on the door. This could be a good final lap. Off of 2 and down the back straightaway. 66 leading 43 into 3 off of 4. Heat race win for Troy Sheen. Van Meel second. Rizzo a real strong third place in his first ever race at a street stock. Scouten, Barrett, and Robson. So your winner in car number 66, one of the many second-generation drivers. As we said, his dad used to race at Langley Speedway. In the TC Backhoe Service, Al's Auto Wrecking, sponsored 66. From Langley, give it up for Troy Sheen. What do you think, folks? You ready for another one? Testing, 1, 2, 3. Is this thing working? Can you hear me? Are you ready for another one? Here we go. 55, Chilliwack, Murray Jones. And that gorgeous 55 Chevy alongside him as we go from the 1955 body to the 2014 Camaro out of North Delta, Johnny Beaupre. Car number 2, it's not Al Turand, it's Rick Turand in the 2. Habits are hard to break. I'm sure I'll call him Al at least once tonight. I'm sure I'll call Marco Rick Turand at least once tonight, so I'm warning you. Second quick tonight, the 75 car. First time in this car. Again, this is an old cast car, stock car, once driven by Tony Stewart, if you can believe it. Out of Chilliwack, Derek Lewis and the X. Fast time tonight for the 4-time champ, Langley's Paul Turand. 5 cars, 10 laps. Here we go. 2 Turands against a Jones, a Beaupre, and a Lewis. Working lap 1. 5 great competitors. 5 real good looking race cars. 5 very distinctly different looking race cars, I might add. As the 12 car dirt tracks his way through the corners. Oh, it looks neat, but it slows you down. Jones leading Rick and Paul and Beaupre and Lewis. Three laps complete as Paul Turand puts the X into second place ahead of younger brother Rick. Paul Turand now quickly looks to the inside of Murray Jones. Lead change. Paul Turand, your new leader. Minus the hood as he slides it through 1 and 2. Gathers it back together. Jones and Quick Rick. Johnny Beaupre and a problem on the Derek Lewis 75. Lewis slowing dramatically into the first turn. Again, first night he's been in that car. Hopefully he'll get it ready for the main event as your second quick qualifier. Working lap number 7, Paul Turand, like he has been over the last couple of years here, just dominant. Last year he won 8 out of the 10 main events. For the 4-time track champion as we complete lap number 8. 8 complete, 2 to go. Jones, Rick Turand, and Beaupre in that order. As Darrell reaches for the white flag, he will wave the white flag in front of the X machine. 1 lap to go. Down the back straightaway for the last time. Humming that tune all by myself. Paul Turand wins it. Murray Jones by half a car length over Rick Turand. Beaupre and Lewis. Well, just like Alice Sylvester earlier today, it was an interesting hot lap session for Paul Tarrant as the whole front end of that car, the hood and the front bumper kind of blew off from the front straightaway. It took him a while to get it back together. All he's done since then is set fast time and win his heat race. 4-time a defending champion, brought to you by Tron Fabrication and Doug and Kathy and Travis and Kenny Roots at Roots Racing. Your winner out of Langley, Paul Tron. Here come the mini stocks, led by the 83 out of Langley, Dayton Sargent. The car without a number is the former Hornet champion, officially number 19 out of Surrey. That's Dylan Gordon. The 22 comes to us from beautiful Alder Grove, home of the Kodiaks in the Pacific International Junior Hockey League. That's Austin Bennett, the 22. The 8 car, your 4-time defending champion out of Port Coquitlam, is Joey Silas. The 88, Brandel Cholette Farrington, and Mark McFadden coming out of a 6-year retirement. The 71 out of Surrey. He is the same age as his car number. So we got the teenagers against the 71-year-old in this one. All the drivers in this race, except for the 71, are in their teens or 20s. Joey Silas, your new race leader. In car number 8, Cholette Farrington, using the high groove around Dylan Gordon into the runner-up spot. Dylan Gordon again, that's the white car with no number. Scored is 19, running third ahead of Bennett, Sargent, and McFadden. Four laps complete, which means next time we will be halfway home. 8s are wild up front. 8 leading 88. Can't wait till we get to lap number 8. It's a 2-car breakaway from the rest of the field. Good race for third, though, between Austin Bennett, the 22, and Dylan Gordon. McFadden and Sargent right there as well. Good race for third and fourth. But they're all chasing Silas and Cholette Farrington. The Port Coquitlam and Abbotsford 20-somethings. The 21-year-old leading the 22-year-old with 3 laps to go. Again, 2 separate races going on out there. Okay, there's lap 8 now. So the 8 leading the 88 on lap 8. Drive it like you stole it time for both these guys. I think I said that earlier this afternoon, but that's all right. We've always got newbies in the crowd. 1 lap to go. Down the back straightaway, as cool as the proverbial cucumber in that Cobb salad. Silas wins over Cholette Farrington. Third place, a nice run for Bennett, McFadden, Gordon, and Sargent. Clap your hands for Joey Silas. There he is. And again, as I said earlier today, if you're at home watching with your feet up, just click the ice cubes together in your glass. Silas, your winner in the finish line traffic markings. Tirecraft of Port Coquitlam. Letter Art Neon, Gordo's Concessions, Rags to Riches, Heads Unlimited, Racing Greed, Fraser River Paint and Body, number 8. Your 4-time and defending champ and your winner here in our only other mini stock race this year back in June. Cholette Farrington, again, a nice run for second place in the 88 car. So as we said, the 21-year-old wins it over the 22-year-old. All right, race fans, doing our best to catch up on our scheduling today. As we said, a little later start tonight with the longer than anticipated, but very exciting racing we had this afternoon. Daryl Pareko, weren't those Hornets and Midgets tremendous today? They were, both of them just putting on a great show. And the street stocks and the mini stocks in the spotlight tonight. We're going to take a brief break in the action, so if you're tuning in at home, a chance for you to run back to the refrigerator one more time. Have one for me, will you? And maybe a bite to eat and a chance for you maybe, because we're going to take a break here, as we said, in a bit, maybe to quickly change over and see if any of those East Coast Midwest races are still going on. If you're watching any of the pay-per-views tonight, as we said, a very busy weekend in the racing world. But we do want to remind you, again, we will be back at it here in 2 weeks. And most likely still limited to 50 spectators, but we will be, again, live streaming the event at the Agassiz Speedway YouTube channel. Saturday, August 22nd, the Dry Coat Drywall Street Stock Outlaw Shootout. No rules, no regulations, 100 laps of craziness. Over $2,500 in prize money on the line right now, thanks to Warren Curry and Dryco and Coastline Drywall, but we anticipate even more sponsorship money coming forward in the next couple of weeks. All your Agassiz Speedway regulars will be in attendance, plus we're expecting a number of cars from Western Speedway in Victoria, from Penticton Speedway, and maybe from Prince George area as well. So again, make plans to join us either in person or on the live stream. Schedule right now is for pits and gates to open at 4:30 with racing around 7 o'clock. Again, for more updates as to what other classes will be racing that day and prize money that will be increasing in the next couple of weeks, again, stay tuned to AgassizSpeedway.com or the Facebook page. As mentioned, very busy racing weekend all over North America. NASCAR Cup Series at Michigan, doubleheader today and tomorrow. Trucks ran there last night. Xfinity Series, Road America, Wisconsin on the road course today. Indy Cars, also doubleheader, Mid-Ohio road course today and tomorrow as they get ready for the Indianapolis 500 in a couple of weeks, which is still very strange to say. Normally, of course, Memorial Day weekend in May. And as we talked about earlier today, originally, they were going to be allowed to have 25% capacity in the grandstands. Indianapolis Motor Speedway holds 200,000 people, so they were still going to be able to get 50,000 people in there. Unfortunately, things have changed. They're going to have to do it with no fans for the Indy 500. Coming up in 2 weeks. As mentioned tonight, World of Outlaw Sprint Cars in Peevely, Missouri to wrap up the weekend. World of Outlaw Late Models are in Cedar Lake, Wisconsin for a $50,000 to win race. Go Ricky Weiss from Winnipeg, defending Outlaw Late Model Rookie of the Year. Knoxville 360 Nationals going on right now in Knoxville, Iowa. It was Kerry Madsen and Joey Saldana on the front row with Ontario's Dylan Westbrook. Already locked into the A feature tonight. A couple of Canadians racing at Knoxville this weekend. As mentioned last night, the young lady, Alex Hill from the Six Nations in Ontario, won the B main event and transferred into the A feature. A lot of our friends from down in Washington as well that we're used to seeing at Deming or Skagit, Colton Heath, and Trey Starks and J.J. Hickel, wishing Roger Crockett, originally from Oregon, wishing them all the best tonight as well at Knoxville. Any Canuck fans out there tonight? Hockey fans, where you guys at? Canucks, are you kidding me? Knocked off Minnesota last night to win the series 3-1. Wasn't officially a playoff series. I kind of actually had to laugh at my home last night as soon as they scored the winner in overtime. There were cars honking their horns and stuff, and I get it. It was a big win in overtime, but not officially even in the playoffs yet. But they are now, and they will be playing against either Dallas or the defending Stanley Cup champion St. Louis Blues, depending on what happens in their game tomorrow. And that'll start next week, and then it'll be back to traditional best-of-7 competition. So hockey fans are happy in Vancouver. They're happy in Calgary. They knocked off Winnipeg. They are thrilled in Montreal after the Canadiens upset Sidney Crosby and the Pittsburgh Penguins. Toronto still alive. They will play the fifth and deciding game tomorrow against Columbus. I still can't believe what happened at the end of that game last night. Columbus leading, get a load of this, folks, if you haven't heard. Columbus had a 3-0 lead, ready to eliminate the Maple Leafs. There was 4 minutes left in the third period. I'm not making this up. The Leafs score 3 times to tie it and then win it in overtime. So we'll see if they can move on over John Tortorella's Blue Jackets tomorrow. And they are so sad up in Edmonton today as the highly favored Edmonton Oilers on their home ice got beat 3-1 by a Chicago Blackhawk team that, yes, does still have Jonathan Toews and Patrick Kane and Duncan Keith, but not nearly the depth of the Oilers. That's why they play the games, folks. Anyway, doing it all without fans, just like they are in the NBA and Major League Baseball. We are so glad to be racing, even if it is just for the third time here this year at Agassiz Speedway. As we said, we'll do it in 2 weeks. We're going to take a little break right now and have the main events coming up in about 10 minutes. Street stocks for 40 laps, mini stocks for 30 on a gorgeous Saturday night. You're watching live racing action from Agassiz Speedway in Agassiz, British Columbia, Canada. As we welcome you back to Agassiz Speedway here in Agassiz, BC in the East Fraser Valley. We're set about an hour and a half east of Vancouver. Getting set for main event action. Street stocks for 40 laps, mini stocks for 30 as we wrap up the day's entertainment. And as mentioned, already looking forward to the big one coming up in 2 weeks. Saturday, August 22nd, that'll be our next race, the Dryco Drywall Street Stock Outlaw Shootout. Should have cars from all over the province competing for over $2,500 in prize money. Hope to see you here live or via the live stream. Start the introductions now for the Street Stock main event. See if anyone can beat Derek Lewis. He's won them both so far here this year. So up front, it'll be the number 47 car out of White Rock, Darren Barrett. Car number 66 out of Langley, heat race winner earlier, that's Troy Sheen. In the number 43 car, out of Langley, the real deal, Steve Van Meel. 38 machine, out of Chilliwack, that's Bill Scouten. The 55, the gorgeous 55, out of Chilliwack, Murray Jones. The 00, first night in the street stock, Chilliwack Super Marco Rizzo. 74, not Sean Edwards. Also, like Marco, first night in the street stock for Jackie Robson out of Alder Grove. The 12 car, North Delta the home for Johnny Beaupre. No relation to the former Minnesota North Star goaltender, Don Beaupre. Car number the two brothers at the back of the field. The number 2, third quick tonight out of Surrey Quick, Rick Durand, and in the X, fast time tonight for the 4th time a defending street stock champion. Out of Langley, Paul Durand. Unfortunately, your second quick qualifier of Derek Lewis has scratched. So we already know the answer. Can anybody other than Derek Lewis win this tonight? Yes, he had won the 2 previous races. So I guess now the question is, can anybody beat the X of Paul Durand? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 cars for 40 laps, batten down the hatches. Somebody quickly lock the door. Things are going to get wild. Darren Barrett, Troy Sheen, front row. Here we go. As they race into the first turn where they carry a lot of momentum going downhill on the front straightaway, off of 2 and down the backstretch. Darren Barrett and Troy Sheen lead the field to complete lap number 1. Barrett, Sheen, Van Meel, Murray Jones, and Bill Scouten, your top 5 early on in this one. Again, 40 laps, the scheduled distance. Hasn't raced here for a couple of years, but he's looked good so far tonight. Darren Barrett out of White Rock, 47. Sheen, the 66. 43, Van Meel. 55, Jones. Scouten and Rizzo racing for the number 5 spot ahead of the Durand brothers, Beaupre and Robson. Good mufflers on all these cars tonight. Not always the case, but at the same time, nice to hear the rumble, nice to hear the roar for just the 3rd time here at Agassiz Speedway this summer. As we complete lap number 5, Troy Sheen takes the lead of the 66 car. Troy Sheen out of Langley, your new leader. And Van Meel trying to get around Barrett as the cars numbered 40-something race for second. Van Meel with some momentum into the runner-up spot, the 43 car. Barrett still trying to hang on to 3rd. But here comes Scoutin', and here comes the X. Murray Jones, Rick Turon, Beaupre, Rizzo, and Robson with 8 laps in the books now. So far, so good, as we are working lap number 10. 4 or 5 car lengths, the advantage for Troy Sheen over Steve Van Meel. The X of Paul Turon underneath Van Meel into the runner-up spot. As Doug Roots cheers loudly from his home in East Langley, almost Aldergrove. Sheen now with his hands full as he's got the 4-time champ right beside him. Paul Turon, X on the outside. Troy Sheen, 66 on the inside. Does Turon have enough? Yes, he does. New leader, the X car, Paul Turon. As we complete lap number 12, Paul Turon, the X, the 66. Trouble, turn number 1. Look out, oh no! Oh my goodness, heavy contact. Rizzo T-bones Beaupre right on the driver's door. Hopefully they are okay. Red flag, oh my goodness. Our safety crew on the scene again. Heavy impact as a couple of cars got together. The 12 of Beaupre sideways. Marco Rizzo nowhere to go. Wrong place, wrong time. Right into the driver's side of the 12 car. We wait for a report from the scene. Well, race fans, good news from the scene. Both drivers appear to be okay. How about a hand for them both? Again, heavy, heavy impact. 00 Rizzo into the 12 of. We need more brooms. Brooms to turn number 1, please. We've had to say that a couple of times today, unfortunately, to clean up the mess after another accident. As we said earlier, you'd think it was a full moon day or night, but the full moon, I believe, was on Monday. It has been a full moon kind of afternoon and evening here at the Agassiz Speedway. It's a lot of things, the adjectives. It is exciting, it's fast, it's thrilling, it's also scary at times, as we have seen numerous times today. But one thing it never is, it's never dull when you come out to the racetrack. At Agassiz, red flag conditions after 11 of 40 laps, after a nasty turn 1 incident between the 12, the Warren Curry owned, beautiful number 2014 Camaro, new car, a new body at least on the car this year and looking so good. And then Marco Rizzo, as we said, nothing he could do at all, just wrong place, wrong time. He had a nice run going in his first night in a street stock after moving up from the Hornets in the old Rick Turand 00 car. And hearkening back to this afternoon, what started out as a great, oh, and there goes a radiator. Look at that over there. Look out, guys. There's hot water and antifreeze going everywhere. Wow. Just when you think everything's calmed down, Old Faithful underneath the hood of the 12 car. Oh, my goodness. Again, that is some hot water and antifreeze. Hopefully that didn't spray onto anybody down there as they scattered. As we said, it's been that kind of day, folks. But as mentioned, we're talking about the Rizzo brothers. Dario this afternoon in the Hornet and Marco tonight in the street stock. Both had great starts to their racing. And they both end up on the tow truck at the end of the night. Again, thanks to Jack's Towing and Aggressive Towing. We have needed their services a lot here today and tonight, unfortunately. Ricky Fletcher chiming in on the chat room. How you doing, Ricky? He's rooting for another Ricky Turand tonight. Rick, it's been a while, my friend. Was talking to cousin Jeff just last night about all the racing action this weekend around North America. As we harken back to the Skagit days, huh, Rick? We had a little fun back then, didn't we? Rob? Yes, Ricky, you remember my brother Rob. He's here with us tonight. Now, we saw a few sunrises in the Skagit parking lot over the years, didn't we? And that's all we can tell you about it. Everything else is off the record. You had to be there kind of stuff. Good times. Good times. To be sure. Again, red flag conditions here, race fans. After 11 laps of 40, Paul Turand, your leader in the X car. Didn't have the car out here a couple of weeks ago, and on opening night he was here but had problems and did not finish. But as we said, Paul Turand, the oldest of the three Tarrant brothers. And as mentioned, won 8 of the 10 main events here last year. In the street stock division. Second in late model points as well back in 2013. Behind Rob Angus. Somebody chiming in on the chat room saying, my volume, I'm cranking my volume up and I don't hear anything. It's because I'm not talking. It's been a long day, folks. And, but you never know. You know what it's like online, right? You got some of the things, you got to have the volume cranked real high to hear it, and others, you know, you got to like up to 90, 95, and you can still barely hear it, and then you change to some other thing, and all of a sudden it's super loud. You got to turn it down to like 30 or 40 something. Anyway, we've had, as we say, a few yellows and a few reds here today. It has been a long one for all of us. But glad that you missed me for a little while. How you guys doing in front of us here? How you doing, guys? All right? First time here? Second? Third? Where are you from, Chilliwack? How did I know that? I just totally random Chilliwack. Closest big Town. That's what I thought. Well, race fans, how about a hand again for Marco Rizzo and Johnny Beaupre involved in that accident down in turn number 1. And how about a hand again for all of our track officials and Jack's Towing and Aggressive Towing for help clean up the mess. They have all been very, very busy. We've used up a lot of gas in the tow trucks. We've had to use our safety vehicle a couple of times to make sure drivers were not injured. And we've used a lot of Speedy Dry. That's the stuff that we put on the track over any oil or antifreeze or whatever liquid happens to be other than water on the track to kind of soak it all up. And then we come out with the brooms. The crew, the officials and pit crews come out with the brooms to clear all any debris off the track and sweep up the Speedy Dry a little bit as well. Non-stop action from the get-go. It has been here today at the Speedway. Again, thanks for hanging in there with us. We know it's tough sometimes during the delays, but at least if you're at home, you can flick over to whatever other racing or other sports you got going on. But make sure you don't stay on the other stuff too long. You don't want to miss any of the excitement. Again, all these will be archived too on the YouTube channel. Pretty much there forever, huh, James? But again, for the drivers that are here, for the crews, for those of you even here in the stands, you want to look back on the action from today or any of our races this year, Agassiz Speedway YouTube channel. Again, 11 laps complete, 29 to go as they all chase the X of Paul Theron. Just about ready to get things going once again. It is so beautiful, though, isn't it, to hear the engines roar again after such a long off season and not able to be at the track much this season. I know they got some of this Formula electric car racing going on in the world right now, and you know, yeah, they get around some of these courses pretty quickly, but really, really something missing when you can't hear the roar of those engines as they power their way around the racetracks. It's not just the speeds, it's the sights and the sounds of racing that attracts us so much. And of course, the number one thing is the people. I've always said it before, and I'll say it again. Racing's been great, always has been, always will be, but it's the great, great people in our great sport that keep us coming back year after year. Friends all around North America. Seven cars left to go the distance. 66 Sheen back into the number one spot, but not for long. Theron, Van Meel, Schouten, Jones, Barrett, and Jackie Robson. As we are green again on a Saturday night at Agassiz Speedway. Now he's back into the number one spot as we complete lap number 12. Paul Theron, Troy Sheen, Steve Van Meel out of retirement. Your top three, Schouten and Murray Jones. Obviously, we lost Rizzo, we lost Beaupre, and we lost Rick Theron in the two-car as well. Unfortunately, attrition has been a factor in all four divisions here today. Working lap number 15. which means that my math is correct. We're 5 laps away from halfway. Paul Theron all by himself, but it's a good race for the runner-up spot. Troy Sheen, the 66, the 43 of Van Meel, the 55 of Jones, the 38 of Scouten. A 4-car battle for second, and it's a dandy. It's a Jim dandy, as Tony Bachhoven is saying tonight at the Knoxville Raceway in Knoxville, Iowa. Jackie Robson holding her own as well in fiance's Sean Edwards 74 car. 2 Pontiac Venturas out there. Don't see that very often in the world of motorsport. 43 Van Meel, 74 Robson. The old Pontiacs. I miss the Pontiacs. And the Oldsmobiles, too. Buicks are still hanging around. There's a few Buicks. Always liked the Buick Regal. Coming up on halfway as we complete lap number 19. Again, Paul Theron, half-lap lead. He's got it on cruise control. But the great race we watch is for second place. 66 of Sheen, 55 of Murray Jones, 43 Van Meel, 38 of Scouten, and Darren Barrett hanging around as well. Halfway, 20 complete, 20 to go. For, as we said, the oldest member of the Theron brothers, unfortunately, Rick is in the pit area and Keith not here with us tonight. And Al is retired. So earlier this year, back in June, we had 4 Therons racing. Now here in this one, just Paul. But as we said, he's got it on cruise control. Powering his way around the Agassiz Speedway and getting ready for the big one coming up in 2 weeks. He's won that race before, the Outlaw Street Stock Challenge race. He's won it before. His dad, Al, has won it before. The X of Theron, working lap number 25 of 40. 55 Jones, 66 Sheen, 43 Van Meel, 38 of Scouten, your top 5. Barrett, Robson, still out there. Beaupre, Rick Theron, and Marco Rizzo done for the night. Derek Lewis did not start the feature. And don't forget, we still got 30 laps for the mini stocks coming up immediately following this one. Working lap 28 as the X crosses the stripe. 28 complete. 12 laps to go. Murray Jones, 55, still running second. 66 of Sheen, still third. 43 Van Meel, 38 Scouten right there. As Paul Theron tries to put those 3 guys down a lap. They're all running the inside. Theron on the high side. Let's watch as he deals with the traffic. And as we always talk about, it's a lot tougher running the upper grooves. You've really got to fight that steering wheel. Uses up a lot more tire as well. As Paul Theron clears the 3rd, 4th, and 5th place cars. So 2 cars left on the lead lap. Paul Theron and Murray Jones. 32 laps in the books. Less than 8 to go now. Jones, Theron all by himself out front. Jones all by himself running second. And then the 3-car battle for 3rd. Sheen, Van Meel, and Scouten. Barrett and Robson running 6th and 7th. Next time by, it'll be 5 laps to go. Real good race for third, though. Again, interesting to watch. 66, 43, and 38 going at it. 43 Van Meel, he has been trying for about 10 laps to get around Sheen. And if you look at Troy Sheen, his hood, the hood of the car is not completely secured down. It's popping up a little bit, and that's really affecting the aerodynamics. The left front hood of the 66. So all the more reason to give him the thumbs up. Hold it off Van Meel and Schouten for third place. 37 laps complete. 3 to go. What a race for third. Man, they are bumping and banging, slipping and sliding around the speedway. Sheen, Van Meel, and Schouten. White flag coming up for the X of Paul Turan. And Daryl Porreco will wave it right now. 39 complete, 1 lap to go. He won 8 out of 10 races last year. He wins his first this year. Paul Turan victorious in the X car. And to tell you how big a lead he had, second place Murray Jones is crossing the finish line right now. Second place to Jones. Van Meel barely ahead of Sheen and Schouten in a tremendous race it was for third. Darren Barrett and Jackie Robson finished 6th and 7th. Beaupre, Rick Turan, and Marco Rizzo did not finish. There he is, your winner, Paul Turan. In the Tron Fabrication Roots Racing X. So we'll quickly present the trophy to Paul before we get into the mini stocks for 30 laps as we get set to wrap up the evening's entertainment at 9:30 on this Saturday night. Vice President, Flagman Daryl Porreco with the flag and the trophy. Sean Edwards, Jim Olson taking photos. And as we say, through the years, we've had 2, 3 times, sometimes 4 members of the family all racing together. Dad's retired now. Keith wasn't here tonight, and Rick had problems early. So the winner is the only member of the Tron family that finishes the race. There he is, Paul Turan. Congratulations, Paul. And so kind of interesting today how a number of our drivers that had difficulties while practicing earlier in the afternoon got their machines back together and figured out in a big way and going on to victory or close to it in their main events. As we think back to Al Sylvester, same set of circumstances this afternoon in the Hornets. Paul Tarand, your winner here tonight. And he hopes to be in that same spot in 2 weeks. Paul, I had to kind of chuckle a little bit when I saw it wasn't too severe this afternoon. He's out there hot lapping. And as I say, it was like the front portion of the car, part of the hood and the front bumper, it all just came flying off, and part of the fender as well. And I was like, well, he's just getting ready for the race in 2 weeks when there are no rules, and they'll take off some of those fenders and whatever to make them look like old NASCAR modifieds. As we said, he's a former winner of the Street Stock Outlaw Challenge race. His dad's a former winner. In 1 year, as we said, his dad had a sprint car wing on the top of his number 2 car, thanks to Doug Roots. Always interesting to see what they do. The only rule for that race in 2 weeks on August 22nd is that you must use regular pump gasoline. Anything else, anything goes. As we mentioned, wider, softer tires. Put a wing on the car, take body parts off the car. Change the ride height. Probably not going to change it any higher, make it lower. In the meantime, here come the mini stocks, scheduled for 30 laps. 83, Dayton Sargent. The car without a number, Dylan Gordon. 22, Austin Bennett. The 8 car is Joey Silas. The 71 is 71-year-old Mark McFadden, coming out of a 6-year retirement. And the 88 of Randall Cholette Farrington. Again, hi to Sally in Burlington, Ontario, cheering on Mark McFadden in this one. 12:30 Eastern Time. She's still up watching us. And the green flag waves for our final race of the evening. And for the first time, we've had a lot of things happen today in our 4 classes from this afternoon when we started racing, qualifying at 3 o'clock to right now at 25 to 10. We've had a lot of things happen, but that's our first false start of the day. Again, I say that to those of you scoring at home with us. Got out the pen, the pencil, the paper, write down the starting lineups, write down the finishing lineups, and any other anecdotes along the way. We'll try it again. Mini stock, main event. Green flag. As they go 3 wide down the front straightaway. Careful, guys. Again, we mentioned earlier, all these drivers are either teenagers or 20-somethings, except for the 71-year-old Mark McFadden in the Tony Case prepared 71 car. And it's 71 because his favorite NASCAR driver was Dave Marcus, not because 71 is his age. Dayton Sargent on the inside, Joey Silas on the outside. Silas with momentum, and he will take the lead as we complete lap number 3. Silas, the 4-time champ, the winner here back in June. He's your leader. Sargent, a solid second. Austin Bennett, third. McFadden, Cholette Farrington, and Dylan Gordon. Silas, 10-15 car lengths out in front. Sargent with the new paint scheme this year. Looking good. Running second, Austin Bennett. As the teenagers run second and third. Oh no, trouble. McFadden and Cholette Farrington get together, and we are under caution. Well, Mark McFadden, what a story. If you tuned in late, first of all, shame on you. You're supposed to watch everything. Kind of, sort of, maybe. Hard to do, I know, through some of the delays. Mark McFadden back going again. The 71-year-old in the 71 car started his career back at Langley Speedway in the 70s. He raced super stocks, early, late super stocks. Then he decided to go sprint car racing on the dirt down at Skagit for a while. Then he came here to Agassiz, and he's raced mini stocks, street stocks, hobby stocks, former two-time Agassiz Speedway street stock champion. And he'd been retired from racing for 6 years. And he and Tony Cast put this car together. Nice to have him back. Mark McFadden. And the last name is not spelled the way you think it might be. You might think it'd be an McFadden. How about an McFadyen? But you don't pronounce it that way. It's not McFadyen. McFadden. Joey Silas, he's the engine pulling the train around the Agassiz Speedway. He's the captain of the ship. He's the leader of the pack. He's the kid out front, and gosh, he's fast. Look at him go, as Van Earl Wright used to say late night on CNN Sports. Cholette Farrington, literally out of nowhere into the runner-up spot, the 88 car. So your top two in points from last year are running first and second in the race right now. Is that a big coincidence, or a little coincidence, or just a coincidence? Have to ask Elaine Bennis, Seinfeld. 8 leading 88, and we are on lap 8 of this 30-lapper. 22 Bennett, a solid third. Sargent fourth. McFadden and Dylan Gordon rip-roaring around the Agassiz Speedway on this Saturday night. A beautiful Saturday night. And again, we say hi to all of you wherever and however you are tuning in to the big broadcast. Maybe it's on the TV, maybe it's on the laptop, maybe it's on your phone. Glad to have you with us. Don't forget, we're back here in 2 weeks. 11 laps complete, which means we're 4 laps away from halfway. Your top two very close right here. Silas and Cholette Farrington, 8 and 88. As we said, the top two in points from a year ago, running 1-2 right now. Well, this is anybody's race right here, right now. 1 lap away from halfway. Joey Silas, the 4-time champion. And Cholette Farrington, one of the rising stars in this division. And we are halfway home. As Darrell shows them the cross flags. 15 down, 15 to go in this 30-lap feature. Bennett still third. Sargent fourth, the teenagers. Then McFadden and Gordon. You've heard me say it before. I'll say it again. It's one thing to catch them. It's another thing to pass them. The 88 Cholette Farrington has caught Silas. Can he find the combination to get around him? As we work lap number 18 of 30. They are nose to tail all the way around the speedway. They are side by side now on the backstretch. Cholet Farrington trying to make a move for the lead off of Ford. He's got it. New leader, 88 Cholet Farrington with 10 laps to go. As the band plays Who'da Thunk It, Cholet Farrington. But now Silas tries to get it back on the inside. Great race for the lead. And Dad to Ride chimes in saying 8 and 88. And don't forget, Fred, it's August 8th as well. Yes, the 8s are wild. And what a wild one we've got here with 9 laps to go. And traffic could be a factor too, race fans. In the waning laps. Cholet Farrington, 88. Silas in the 8. Bennett still 3rd, Sargent 4th, but the leaders again are coming up on a couple of pretty fast race cars. McFadden and Gordon. Brandel, what you gonna do when the lap traffic comes to you? The leader, he has to make the decision. As he gets under Gordon, Silas likewise. Now, the 88 has to deal with the veteran McFadden. He'll look to the top side. Silas is there as well with 5 laps to go. 5 laps to go. Can Silas get back around 88? 5-6 car lengths the difference. Bennett 22 3rd, Sargent 83 4th, McFadden and Gordon with 3 to go. 3 laps to go. Cholet Farrington opening up the lead to 9 or 10 car lengths over Silas with 2 to go. He has 2 main event wins in his career. He's 1 lap away from his 3rd. So they take the white flag, 1 to go. His 3rd career Agassiz win, Brandel Cholet Farrington. Silas 2nd. A nice run for Austin Bennett. 3rd. Nice run for Dayton Sargent. 4th, McFadden and Dylan Gordon. So at 9:45 on a Saturday night after an afternoon of Hornets and Midgets, we finish it up tonight with street stocks and mini stocks. Those of you here in attendance, if you're headed for the exits, thank you so much for attendance. We appreciate it. We'll see you back here in 2 weeks, we hope, on the 22nd for the Outlaw Street Stock Shootout. So as we said, he finished 2nd in points last year behind Joey. Got 1 win last year, had 1 win a couple of years ago. So it's career win number 3 in the Absuri Tire, Chewy Media, Votech Communications, Melody Land Signs, Westcan Auto Parts. 88 car, there he is, Brandel Cholet Farrington. In the Agassiz winner's circle once again. And just like with so many of the families, there's dear old Dad, Ray, crew chief, head wrench, advisor in the winner's circle as well. Along with Daryl and Sean, Jim Olson taking the photos. You can see on the Facebook page in the next day or two. Congratulations again, Brandel. Nice job. And congratulations to Paul Tarand earlier tonight and this afternoon to Troy Globe and Al Sylvester. You bet. Why not? A little burnout celebration after a big win. Pretty tough to beat that number 8 car. Well, the 88 did it here tonight. Well, that'll do it, folks. Great afternoon, great evening. Thanks for joining us in person or online. Again, we remind you, we're back here in 2 weeks. Saturday, August 22nd, the Dry Coat Drywall Supply. Street Stock Outlaw Shootout. No rules, no regulations. 100 laps of competition. Over $2,500 in prize money. Your Agassiz Speedway superstars will be joined from the cars and stars of Western Speedway, Penticton Speedway, and Pagera Speedway. Make plans to join us. Follow the Agassiz Speedway website and Facebook page for all the latest news and information over the next couple of weeks as to what other classes will be racing that day and the prize money that is sure to grow up from the $2,500. We'll have it all for you live on the Facebook page. Congratulations again to all our winners today and tonight, race fans. Thanks so much for joining us now at this time. On behalf of all of us here at the Agassiz Speedway, I'm Fred Ranner Jr. saying good night. We'll see you in 2 weeks.